order the November 18th meeting of the City Council. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Heller?
Here.
Councillor Eber?
Here.
Councillor Holen?
Here.
Councillor McGuire?
Present.
Councillor Robinson?
Here.
Councillor Fisher?
Here. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I move to go into executive session pursuant to Section 24-6-4024B of the Colorado Revised Statutes for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions regarding the application of land dedication requirements of the Cherry Hills Village Municipal Code for subdivisions. I further move to return to the City Council meeting at the conclusion of the executive session.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councillor Heller?
Yay.
Councillor Eber?
Aye.
Councillor Holen?
Aye.
Councillor McGuire?
Aye.
Councillor Robinson?
Yes.
Councillor Fisher?
Aye. That passes unanimously.
Actually, yeah, one time I tried. Not have an executive session? Well, I tried to push us into executive session. And
So we have returned from executive session. If we could ask everyone to please take your seats. Our meeting is already in progress. If you didn't see we had an executive session earlier. So we'll start with the next item on the agenda, which is the presentation from Arapahoe County Open Space and Highline Canal Conservancy. Welcome. Please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and glad to have you here.
Thank you so much for having us. I'll introduce myself and then turn it over to Susanna. It's lovely to be with all of you this evening. My name is Jenny Pingenot. I am the Open Spaces Director for Arapahoe County. And as you may know, we took on ownership of 45 miles of the Highline Canal about 18 months ago. So a little bit more on that. But
hi, Susanna Jones. I'm with the Highline Canal Conservancy. It's great to see you all again. Jenny and I are going to sort of ping pong back and forth here, but I will start out just a quick introduction of me. I am the new CEO of the Highline Canal Conservancy. I was last year when you all gave the proclamation to Harriet, which was really fun. And so I've been the CEO for 3 months, but I've been with the Highline Canal Conservancy for over 10 years. So I've had the pleasure of working with your wonderful staff and know firsthand how committed you all are to the canal. So thank you. I'll just give a little bit of a background, which I think you all know quite well, but it's wonderful to be up here with Jenny and Arapahoe County and be in front of you all because so much of what we do as a nonprofit organization is very closely tied with our partnerships with the government. So, and speaking of, the Highline Canal Working Group was formed by Arapahoe County in 2021, and then our nonprofit conservancy was then formed in 2014. So we are about 11 years old, and we, in 2021, all came together and formalized this regional partnership with the Canal Collaborative. I'll show you all the 15 regional partners that are part of it, which I know you know. And as part of that, working together, we led this planning effort, which came in the form of 2 different plans, the Community Vision Plan, and then on the heels of that, the Plan for the Highline Canal, which is really driving all of the work that we're doing along the canal today. And speaking of, I just thought I'd highlight all the things that are happening along the canal in Cherry Hills Village currently. And this is by no means the Conservancy only. It is the city working on it and in partnership with Arapahoe County, but it's fun to highlight all the things happening. So trail resurfacing, irrigated tree planting, which from last year, the Conservancy completed a $33 million capital campaign, and as part of that has committed funds for tree planting in Cherry Hills Village, which will be planted where there's irrigation lines that the city is putting in. There are enhancements happening at Quincy Farm Pond and a new bridge replacement for Quincy Farms, and then I'm sure most of you have seen, if you've been out on the canal, all the new benches that have gone in recently. So, and I think I'm going to pass it over to Jenny to talk about the transition.
Okay, great. So as I mentioned, Arapahoe County kind of jumped into the space of ownership of 2/3 of the canal last June. And I always like to take this moment because it helps me think about the journey that is before the county here and remind everybody that Denver Water was playing this role for 100 years. From 1924 to 2024, Denver Water was the owner. And so when you think about this transition that the county has jumped into, I like to lead with that because I think it should bring on some grace to how we are trying to learn from Denver Water and to help streamline and make processes more efficient. But it is definitely a learning moment, and we are certainly doing our shares of trip-ups on ourselves, but we're in that space of wanting to get there, and we will with time. Just a couple of things to mention. We are in the lead here is we're in a transition period, 2024 to 2026. This is when we are working hard to find our sea legs and get that support from Denver Water on how to do the work of the canal, and what it means to be, quite frankly, the owner of 2/3 of the canal. And beginning in 2026, Arapahoe County will be paying the bills for channel maintenance and much of the trail maintenance through that 45 miles that we own. We are also working through, this is what I refer to as kind of the unsexy part of owning the canal, but you've got a lot of entities that need to crisscross the canal. Excel is laying new fiber, or somebody needs to move beyond it. And so you have to issue licenses, and you've got to think about, will this project impact the canal's integrity, and how will it impact water flows, and that's, just the nuts and bolts of operation, and we are in that space now. So we've been spending a lot of time trying to think through how to move projects through the approval process quickly. We could not be doing the maintenance work that we're doing without the support of the Conservancy Stewardship Fund, and I think you're going to talk about that a little bit more later. But it's a shout out to, again, Denver Water and the Conservancy. They still have a role to play here, very much so, and they do have money at the table to help, and that's all very useful. It'll all position us for success. And then our work is really going to be guided by these two plans. And Susanna already did a shout out to your staff, but your staff has been exceedingly helpful in shaping the natural resource plan and this new stormwater plan. And both of these are going to be, I think of them as the North Star for how the canal operates in totality. We know that each community has its sections that it loves, but we are thinking about it as a linear open spaces connecting from Douglas County all the way up to Aurora. And so we come at it with that spirit of totality. So I think that's about all for that one. Moving forward. When we took on the canal is actually in many ways a patchwork of who's kind of stepped forward to be prominent in a maintenance role, to be quite honest. And it is very much a patchwork. When you're in the Aurora sections, for example, the city of Aurora is pronounced in the trail area, but they're not very present in the canal portion of it. And then there are other local governments that have taken on the role of kind of being in the space of maintenance and steward and caretaker for the entire, typically 100 feet of the canal. And that is where we are hoping, as Arapahoe County, all of our fellow local governments will get to, is seeing the entire swath, that 100 feet usually, as their role is being a caretaker, and we intend to help facilitate that. But we come at this with a philosophy of the local government that is closest to that portion of the canal is going to be the most responsive. They're going to be the most in tune with what their community wants. And that is where we wish to be as Arapahoe County. We will be supportive along the way, as we always have been, with the earlier slide of all the county's financial contributions to many of your capital improvements. But this is our vision for the canal and the portions that the county has taken over. And just a reminder, you're up there on the map of the portions that snake through Cherry Hills Village. And then I think this is you.
Sure. Okay, thanks. So I'll talk a little bit about the Stewardship Fund and get to give you some fun updates on all the work that's been going on. With the capital campaign that I mentioned earlier, $15 million of that $33 million is dedicated to the Stewardship Fund to care for the basic needs of the canal and the natural resources of the canal. And as part of when the land was transferred from Denver Water to Arapahoe County, we all collectively decided that we should have what we call an upfront spend. And so take some of the funds from the Stewardship Fund upfront, $2.8 million to be exact, in Arapahoe County, to care for the canal, to get the canal up to a level of care that we all want to see, so that the ongoing maintenance is a little bit easier to take on in the long term. And so it was established to support the basic needs and leverage additional local investment in caring for the canal. The fund is managed by the Conservancy, and as I mentioned, there's an upfront spend taken from it, and then in the long term, starting in 2027, we will allocate and pull from the gains from that fund on an ongoing basis to support the canal across the 71 miles. And so as part of that upfront spend, it really focused on hazard trees and unhealthy ash trees. So this is all the work that's been done just in Cherry Hills Village, and for a total investment of $389,000. And that includes addressing over 90 hazard trees and 56 unhealthy ash trees that were removed, and then another 46 ash trees were inoculated. And debris cleared from the channel, which you can see from this picture, the impact that makes. And then there is maintenance for this upfront spend still underway, and we're looking at removing 72 invasive Russian olives moving forward. This just touches a little bit more on the two plans that we've worked collaboratively with the Cherry Hills Village staff and the Full Canal Collaborative that Ginny mentioned. So the Natural Resource Management Plan, which really addresses the canal in three areas: the tree canopy, the understory, and then the actual ditch, the channel part of the canal, and the stormwater transition and management plan. And so if I pulled up that first slide, showed the two plans that we worked on a number of years ago that were fairly high level and are guiding the vision for how we're caring for the canal. But these two plans, like Ginny mentioned, are really serving as a North Star for maintenance of the corridor moving forward, and all so that we're all collectively on the same page. This just gives you a little bit more insight into the Natural Resource Management Plan. This is a snippet of it from addressing Cherry Hills Village and the 3.5 or a little bit more miles that are in Cherry Hills Village for a total acreage of 45. But as I'm sure you all know, the section of the trail here in Cherry Hills Village is one of the most high tree density areas of the canal. So I think it's right up there that it's 59% coverage. So a lot of trees to care for here, which is really important. And then this slide is then talking about the understory, which is also quite important to the ecology and the biodiversity of the canal. The understory in Cherry Hills Village is dominated by non-native species, so native shrub planting is a priority moving forward to enhance the habitat value. And for the stormwater transition and management plan, the stormwater gets, I know that the plan was actually based off of a plan that you all did in 2022, and that the city is already working on some improvements for stormwater moving forward. And Arapahoe County is quite involved in that as well, to look at the several locations that could overtop in a 100-year storm. Okay, and I think this is getting towards the end of our presentation, but As Jenny mentioned, last year, 45 miles of the canal was transferred in ownership, and with that came a conservation easement. So there's a conservation easement on the 45 miles of the canal owned by Arapahoe County, and then there is a small portion that I know the city of Cherry Hills Village owns that has its own conservation easement. It's about 1,000 feet. And so what an incredible milestone to have the canal protected in perpetuity. And just really quickly, a little bit about it. So the conservation easement is held by the Conservancy. So we have the obligation to monitor and enforce these conservation values and really protect these conservation values into the future. That it's a linear park open space with public recreational trail and canal. It has public access and recreational use. It allows for stormwater uses and protects the environmental and ecosystem values of the canal. It reserves Denver Water's waterworks rights. And, Jenny talked a little bit about new things and a transition. And, we took on this conservation easement in 2024, and we just completed our second year of monitoring. And it really comes down to the partnership with Arapahoe County and the local government. So it seems to be working well, and we are also on a learning curve. So, but it's an incredible thing, and we take the responsibility to have the conservation easement quite seriously. And here's probably more than anybody needs to know about the conservation easement for now, but it's interesting to see sort of what their allowed uses are and what the prohibited actions would be of the conservation easement. And I'm going to end it there. Do you want to say anything else? Okay. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much.
I
Councilor
have a
Robinson.
question. Yes. Can you just talk in more details about how how you work with Arapahoe County, how decisions are made over how to allocate resources and spend funds and work along the canal?
Yeah. Do you want to start?
Yeah, I sure will.
Okay.
Councilmember Robinson, great question. If you could see my calendar and how many times I am meeting at the Conservancy, that would probably answer your question. It's constant dialogue with us. They have resources that they're bringing to the table. We have resources we're bringing to the table. And we want to absolutely make sure we're not doubling up so we can accomplish the desires of the public. So we're talking about things from that angle. Susanna mentioned the conservation easement. There are moments where, we'll have a landowner that has built an encroachment. And we approach that in a very careful manner. Oftentimes people don't realize that they are encroaching. And so we kind of we'll go out and talk to the landowner, and many times, like I said, they don't even know where the property boundary begins and ends. And so we're kind of, whenever something comes up, we're like picking up the phone and how are we going to work through this? So there is a lot of that. There are some times that I refer to the situation as having 3 cooks in the kitchen. Because we went to that 100-year spell with just Denver Water calling all the shots. Now, we've got a setup where it's Denver Water, it's the Conservancy, and it's Arapahoe County. And I think we're all super cognizant that if we are not a fine oiled machine, we're going to not do right by the canal. So it just puts this like collective onus and commitment by all of us to not let that happen. So hope that helps.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, thank you so much. Obviously, the Highline Canal is a very precious part of our community, and we really appreciate all of your efforts and the county's support financially and otherwise, for the work that we're doing here in Cherry Hills Village. So thank you for being here.
Great. Thank you all.
Next on the agenda is our audience participation period. And while the clerk brings up the sign-up sheet, obviously there are a lot of people here this evening, and we can get our slide up with our processes for public comment. As a reminder, if you haven't been to a city council meeting before, I will call names in order that people are signed up. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. Each speaker will have 5 minutes. Time cannot be ceded to another speaker, so please be aware of that. We ask that we maintain orderly function of the meeting. There may be people here with very strong, very emotional opinions on multiple sides, so we ask no applause, no booing, no clapping. You make your comments, you direct your comments all to the city council, not to other people in the audience. Per our policy, our council, it's not a dialogue. It's your opportunity to bring your comments to us, and so we will listen attentively, but we will not respond directly. We don't have AV available. I know there's some things, people brought copies that are on the dais. If you have any handouts, please feel free to give them to the clerk, and feel free if there are things that you need to email at a later date, that's fine as well. Okay, so with that said, we will start. And okay, when you come forward, I'm gonna need you to state your name and address for the record, and I need to write it all down on the sheet. So the first person up is Midge Wallace, and after Midge Wallace will be Alicia Weaver, so you can be prepared.
Good evening. My name is Midge Wallace, and I have lived at 5288 South Franklin Circle in Greenwood Village since 1985. And I'm on the committee for Andy's Light. My husband Bill and I are principals of Wallace Properties, a residential real estate firm we started in 1991. Some of you here this evening have been clients of ours. We've raised 2 girls who married and raised their families here. We have 5 grandchildren, one of whom is now driving. Andy Goldberg was our neighbor for 20 years. I have been HOA president for Greenwood Pines for the last 18 years. My husband was a member of Cherry Hills Country Club for over 30 years. Many times we would bike up to the club. We've made lasting friendships in both villages, and our roots go deep. We love the tranquility of our 2 villages and wish we could turn back time. Unfortunately, the fears of what might happen far outweigh the reality of what has happened and will happen again.
I'm sorry, just speaking, I need one person at a time for the record, so if you want to finish, and then,
Sure.
Thank you.
Alicia and I have spent over a year working with the City of Greenwood Village officials to understand the options available to make the intersection of Bellevue and Franklin safer. There's a pamphlet that we sent out. There's some in the audience, and I'm just going to review the first 3 pages. I'm not going word for word.
Keep in mind, we do only have 5 minutes. And
All right.
So just, talk fast.
No changes, CDOT background facts. No changes can be made to a state highway without CDOT, Colorado Department of Transportation approval. There's an extensive CDOT document listing warrant studies that must be performed and met in order for any change to happen. Bellevue is a state highway adjacent to Cherry Hills Village and Greenwood Village. Both cities must work together to implement changes approved by CDOT. The City of Greenwood Village reached out to CDOT in both 2009 and 2024 to perform warrant studies at Franklin and Bellevue. The signal warrant study was not met in 2009. It was met in 2024. A significant factor in 2024 was speed on Bellevue. The posted speed is 35 miles per hour. During this study period, 85% of the speeds were above 40 miles per hour. Increased speeds in traffic on Bellevue are a reality. In 2024, Cherry Hills Village and Greenwood Village Police issued 125 speeding tickets from August to October. 118 tickets for 10 to 19 miles per hour over 35, 7 tickets for 20 to 24 miles per hour over 35. Other factors must be considered as a solution for safety at Bellevue and Franklin is explored. 1, there is no designated walkway for pedestrians to cross. Anyone crossing does so illegally. Pedestrians are asked to walk to Clarkson or University. 2, only Cherry Hills Village has a sidewalk. Pedestrians and bikers cannot access University and Clarkson from the Greenwood Village side. 3, Greenwood Village has a trail that leads to the Highline Canal from Franklin and Bellevue, an encouragement to cross at Bellevue and Franklin illegally. 4, Cherry Creek School District borders draw from both north and south of Bellevue, creating a dangerous crossing for parents and young drivers interacting with fellow students. 5, there are over 230 homes in Greenwood Village south of Bellevue. There are only 3 options for drivers to leave the Greenwood Village neighborhood. 1 to University at Cherryville. This exit has acceleration lanes to provide safe entrance to the middle of University as each side clears. 2 to Bellevue, Franklin, and Brookside neighborhood. These have no acceleration lanes. Drivers take risks, including speeding and turning into lanes meant for oncoming traffic. None of these have stoplights. 6, there are over 300 homes in Cherry Hills Village north of Bellevue, in the quadrant known as Old Cherry Hills. There are 19 options for drivers to leave the Cherry Hills Village neighborhood. 2 to Bellevue, Franklin, and Summit. 8 to Clarkson. 5 to Franklin. 4 to Quincy and University, and Clarkson and Bellevue
Thank you.
have stoplights. That was my end.
Thank you so much. Next is Alicia Weaver, and after Ms. Weaver is Joel Rosenstein or Stein, sorry.
Hi, council members. My name is Alicia Weaver. I live at 25 Brookside Drive in Greenwood Village. I've lived there since 2016. I am the president of the Brookside HOA. I lived in Cherry Hills Village for 9 years from 2007 to 2016. Both of my children attended Cherry Hills Village Elementary from kindergarten through 5th grade. I currently have 2 teenage drivers who both attend Kent Denver, and they navigate both Greenwood Village and Cherry Hills Village on a daily basis. I also attended Kent Denver, and my 2 siblings did as well. I have been driving both villages for 40 plus years to see family, friends, frequent businesses, volunteer, etc. I'm very grateful to be a part of both of these communities. As Midge mentioned, we've been working on this effort for more than a year. As part of my effort to work towards this effort, I met with Jeremy Hannock before I presented tonight. Jeremy Hannock is our Director of Public Works in Greenwood Village. He did validate the facts that I'm presenting and that Midge has presented. So we really wanted this presentation to be very fact-based. Jeremy has partnered with CDOT over the course of us investigating this option. And he was told by CDOT that the following were not options for Franklin and Bellevue: pedestrian crossing, a flashing beacon, a hawk signal, also reducing the posted speed limits. A stoplight was determined to be the only viable option that CDOT would warrant, based on the warrant study that they completed, to ensure necessary safe conditions for both drivers and pedestrians. When we met with Jeremy, we met with CDOT, we talked about what possible solutions are out there. That is an actuated stoplight. And one of the things I wanted to present today was what is an actuated stoplight. There's been a lot of supposition at the city council meetings about pass-through traffic, about a fixed light, et cetera. So I just wanted to clarify and identify facts about what an actuated stoplight is. An actuated traffic light is the type of control system that adjusts its operation based on real-time vehicle presence. It's not a fixed light with a 2 or 3 or 4 minute time frame that it would go off. Unlike pre-time signals, which follow a fixed schedule, it goes off based on sensors and signal controls. The sensors are mounted and they go off based on vehicle presence. If no vehicle is waiting on the side street, the main road, i.e. Bellevue, would retain the green signal. So east-west Bellevue would stay green. Same thing for pedestrians. If a pedestrian or a biker were attempting to cross, when we met with Jeremy, he indicated it's 3.5 seconds to walk across. So it would take a pedestrian or biker approximately 30 seconds to get across Bellevue. And then because it's an actuated light, the person is able to safely pass across. Then the light returns to east-west traffic on Bellevue. This actuated light was also implemented successfully at Steel Street and at Glenmore Country Club. Members of this council and the members of the Greenwood Village Council worked collaboratively together to implement a safety solution. We've done it before, we can do it again. In terms of moving forward, if this were to move forward to the design phase from a CDOT perspective, both Greenwood Village and Cherry Hills Village City Councils and the Public Works Managers, so Jeremy and Jay Goldie from your side, would work to co-lead the design effort and submit their solution to CDOT for the solution. So they would design it. They've done this before. They've done it successfully. You saw it done at Steel Street and Glenmore Country Club. One thing I want to call out, as part of that design process, they can put a no right on red signal. So when the light actuates, people cannot turn right into Cherry Hills northbound. Same thing, if the light actuates, they cannot turn southbound into Greenwood Village. This will significantly address the lack of pass-through, or the pass-through concerns, both to Cherry Hills, Old Cherry Hills, as well as to Cherryville. Again, the no right on red will eliminate that concern. They can also consider an arm similar to the Clarkson Street signal for the potential stoplight, so that the signal is not in a resident's yard. I heard the Cherry Hills Village resident a couple of meetings ago that was concerned about that. So it can be an arm that hangs over top and is not in someone's yard. Public Works from both cities can take input from constituents in that design process. In a moment, you'll hear from another committee member, Joel, in terms of our formal petition. We ask that you consider the data points that Midge and I have laid out. We've asked that you consider the CDOT facts and the work that has been done to ensure a safer Cherry Hills Village and Greenwood Village. We ask that you move expeditiously as possible to move forward before another tragedy occurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel Rosenstein, thank you. And then after Joel is Jason Cosena, maybe?
All right. My name is Joel Rosenstein. I live at 4795 South Lafayette Street, which sits at the corner of Layton and Lafayette. My wife, Holly Brown, and I feel blessed to have called Cherry Hills Village our home for the last 11 years and to have witnessed our children make lasting friendships, memories, and roots in the community. Tonight, I appear as the spokesman of Yes to Andy's Light. We are supported by many of your neighbors in Cherry Hills Village. We are also blessed to have friends throughout Greenwood Village, Inglewood, and Denver. You could say that Yes to Andy's Light is a coordinated cross-community effort in support of a transparent, collaborative process that we hope will culminate with the installation of a traffic light at the intersection of Bellevue and Franklin. That is why we're here tonight, is to ask for your formal approval to start a process and nothing more, and we've called it Andy's process. I first want to recognize, the many contributions and talents of our steering committee. It consists of both residents of Cherry Hills Village and Greenwood Village, many of whom you already know. Our primary backers are the two Jerrys, Jerry G, Jerry Goldberg, and Jerry Presley, Jerry J. Jerry G was married to Andy, and he's the sole financial backer of our campaign. Jerry J is a former Greenwood Village City Council member and knows quite a bit about local government. I also want to acknowledge the other amazing souls serving on our committee: Alicia Weaver, Midge Wallace, Sarah Bracken, Michelle Bewlitz, Shannon Johnson, who provided key leadership and energy at the onset of our efforts, Erica Fisher, Lori Cornetta, Mike McGaw, and David Banks. And it comes as no surprise that we draw our inspiration and courage from Jerry, spelled with a G. Make sure we get through this. So there are two threshold questions that we want you, that sort of the answers to which support our why. Why we are here tonight, and why are we asking the council to support and initiate Andy's process. The first threshold question: does the community require a traffic light? I think Midge adequately spoke to that, so I'm not going to go through it again. The second threshold question, is there meaningful support within Cherry Hills Village for a traffic light? The answer is a resounding yes. Before this meeting, we submitted our petition to each of you, which includes, in part, signatures of 94 Cherry Hills Village residents, 66 of whom live in Old Cherry Hills, declaring their support for Andy's Light. Now, keep in mind, we are only asking you to approve a process tonight. We're not asking for anything further, so this is just about a process. As touched upon, the realization of Andy's Light also requires the formal approval of Greenwich Village City Council, and we will be there on December 1st going through the same process. It'll be apples to apples. So what we are asking for you tonight is to approve formally and initiate the following process. One, prepare a joint staff report. When a capital project like the installation of a traffic light is proposed, a city council typically asks the city manager to prepare a staff report about the issue. Here there are 2 independent city councils and 2 independent staff. So that both councils receive the same set of facts, we encourage each city council to ask their respective staffs to coordinate with each other and submit one joint report intended for both city councils. A staff report does not steer policy, but fairly presents the pros and cons of an issue. To that end, staff should answer the questions like, do we need a light, and what are the options? We believe that council members from both cities should base their decision on a common set of facts. We request that each council direct its staff to coordinate with each other and produce a joint staff report. The second part, schedule a study session. The staff report is the foundation for a city council study session. We request that each city council review the staff report at a public session where council members can discuss the issue informally amongst themselves and ask questions of their staff that may help make a decision. The city council study sessions should be independent of each other, and the only coordination should be with the jointly written staff report. 3, hold a public hearing. If a city council feels a need for more public input, it can schedule a public hearing after the study session. This will allow residents to have an opportunity to express their opinions. That is the hallmark of a fair, honest, and transparent process. 4, call for a capital project. Soon after the study session, we ask that our respective city council representatives sponsor a capital project to fund a traffic light at Bellevue and Franklin. That call would lead to a vote to approve or reject the traffic light. We want each council to take a yes or a no vote on the traffic light. As you can see, Andy's process will allow you and city staff to examine and explore the important concerns raised by all of our neighbors. All of us want to get the right answer for our community. So in closing, thank you for hearing us out in some sort of form or fashion over the last 5-6 months, and the opportunity to appear before you this evening. Thank you so much for your consideration and time as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Cosena, and then after that is Greg Jeffra. And I get that one wrong all the time, but I think I got it right that time.
Good evening, Jason Cosena. You were close.
Okay.
I live at 5040 South Franklin Street, 4 houses north of the proposed light.
Sorry, you said 5040.
5040
Thank you.
South Franklin. I'm here in opposition to the light. My kids play on Franklin every single day, football, basketball, and bikes. The amount of traffic on Franklin, I work at home, I look out to Franklin all day long at my desk. The amount of traffic on Franklin is already a lot, and it is certainly fastest coming from Bellevue northbound. I believe that that's a lot of construction traffic that's probably enhanced that the last couple of years because of all the new homes that are being built in Old Cherry Hills. But it's impossible to know where it's truly coming from. I think that the risk of increased traffic is very real. Franklin's a very narrow street without sidewalks. So all of our kids and everyone in the community is walking their dogs on the street, is jogging on the street. There is no way other than significant forced easements of all the neighbors along Franklin to create a safe sidewalk for people, especially for increasing the traffic and putting things like yellow lines down a neighborhood street. I believe that everybody in the community wants what's best for the community. Certainly people that show up to a city council meeting aren't here for the fun of it. They're here because they care deeply about their community, about their kids, about safety. So I don't think that this is a matter of one side is more pro-safety than the other side. But there's certainly impacts that I think are more felt for those of us who live at the place what this is being contemplated at. Similar to cell phone towers. If you are living right next to a place where a proposed cell phone tower is, that is going to impact you and your property values and your way of life much more than somebody who lives several blocks or several miles away. I feel like this is very much in that same vein, where a lot of the people who are in support of this light don't live right next to this light and aren't going to have to suffer the consequences of the increased traffic along Franklin in the way that we will. So it's much easier to support something that's a zero-sum game in terms of the impact. For us, it's a real impact, and for all of the neighbors along Franklin, I think most of them are maybe here tonight, but certainly would agree. So I support a community process. I support the ability to sit down with neighbors and discuss the appropriate way to create better safety, not only inside our neighborhood, but inside our community as well, and also the way to properly fund these types of things. Infrastructure is not free. There's an unlimited number of possible needs that this city can be funding, and not unlimited dollars. So I think that a financial conversation has to be included in this alongside any conversations around safety or convenience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Greg Jeffra, and then after Greg is Lauren Jeffra. Did I get it right this time?
You nailed it.
Awesome.
You nailed it.
Finally.
It's a hard one, and I apologize. I have a little bit of a hoarse voice here, and I got to get my son to basketball practice, so I will try to be quick here. It's good to see council again. Mayor Brown, good to see you. My name is Greg Jeffra. My family and I, we live at 5060 South Franklin. This is my third time speaking to council. My wife Lauren is here. We have two children, Michael, 12, he's a sixth grader at West, and our daughter Maddie is a fourth grader at Cherry Hills Village Elementary School. We love this community, we call it home, and we feel super, super lucky to be here. As my neighbor Jason just so eloquently put it, on behalf of the Cherry Hills Village neighbors who would be most impacted by this potential installation of a light, we just ask council to explore other options to ensure the most prudent decision is made. This is not a decision that should be made under pressure or in a rushed manner. It is clear there's strong support for a light, but there's also strong support against a light. There was a petition for the proposed light that had a lot of support, but there's a petition against a light that also has a tremendous amount of support, both from Greenwood Village and Cherry Hills Village. I think additional data, particularly from a traffic study standpoint, needs to be made. What happens if a traffic light goes in for traffic in both Greenwood Village and Cherry Hills? It's already a busy street. We all feel it every day. I think it will only increase with the traffic light. Jason also hit the nail on the head. Cherry Hills is a narrow area. If there's a traffic light, how are folks gonna make a right going west onto Bellevue? Have we considered that? I don't think that that's something that's been thought about. This will also cause more cut-through traffic through our streets. This could potentially be on Waze, Uber, Google Maps. This will now become even more of a thoroughfare, and I think this is a very big unintended consequence of the light. People could be getting lost. There could be more car accidents. There could be pedestrians getting injured more because of the light, and it just takes away from the tranquility of our neighborhood. I will also say, what about sidewalks? What about double yellow lines? Do we need street lights if a traffic light goes in? These are things that need to be considered, and we just ask for far more research. And lastly, I would say if safety is a key issue regarding the traffic light, can't we argue there are better solutions? I was at a gathering of Greenwood Village residents last week who are against the light, and we were lucky enough to hear from Jeremy Hannock, the engineer from Greenwood Village, and he said that the study that CDOT did, there are 8 warrants that are considered. One of those warrants is safety. That was not what the warrant was here. It was volume, not safety. I think that's really, really important to understand. And he said that studies show if a traffic light goes in, car accidents go up. So it's the exact opposite of safety if that's the goal here. So thank you for listening. Thanks for all your time. And we just ask that more data, more research, more time is considered here before anything is decided. Because whatever's decided, it will have a lasting impact on this community we love, not just in the short term, forever. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is Lauren Jeffra, and then Howard Scher.
Hello, council members. Thank you for listening to our concerns this evening. We are here again to discuss the safety of the intersection of Franklin and Bellevue and to debate what should be done. However, we all also have to take into consideration the safety of our neighborhoods, specifically our side streets, those that connect to Franklin and Bellevue. We need to consider the safety of how shifting traffic from this state highway to our side streets threatens our homes, our pedestrians, our children at play, and those that live and use these small streets every day. If we really want to make the intersection of Franklin and Bellevue safe, I ask that the council consider other options like no left-hand turn, no pedestrian crossing, or a median, all of which would solve all of the concerns presented here this evening. I caution the council against rushing and making a decision too quickly. You don't have all the information, an impact study has not yet been done, and unbiased research has not been conducted. In fact, as my husband alluded, it was recently discovered that the CDOT study is actually a traffic warrant, not a safety warrant. That means that the intersection does not actually meet the threshold of the needs for safety, but rather just that enough volume is present at that intersection. All we are asking today, those that oppose this light, is that the council please explore all options available and consider the unintended consequences of a light installation. Of the Old Cherry Hills neighbors that live closest to the intersection, the large majority of those homeowners are against the light. I ask that the council listen to those voices that would most be impacted, because for us, it really is a matter of safety in our own homes, not just a matter of driving convenience. Please reject the signal and explore better solutions that actually reflect resident input. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Howard Scher, and then after Mr. Scher is Sue Oakes.
I think I've been here before. Howard Scher, 210 Summit Boulevard, and I guess the topic of my talk is recreation, safety, and conflict with cars. That's what we're dealing with. A little history. Some 40 plus years ago when we moved into Summit Boulevard, there was concern in the neighborhood about just what we're talking about today. Except the big difference is there was no fatality to promote our discussion. We talked about a traffic signal. We talked about closing off Summit. We talked about speed bumps, and nothing has happened. In fact, this is deja vu all over again. I'm deeply concerned about the problem and its impact on the quality of life. But recreation and safety go hand in glove, and that's one of the reasons that I volunteered for the Parks Commission. We just had a presentation about the Highline Canal. It's a real jewel in the neighborhood. But I asked myself, how do you get to the Highline Canal from Old Cherry Hills Village? You cross Bellevue at Franklin is one way. And as a cyclist, I've traveled that route hundreds of times. I've worn a hole in the asphalt, but I don't do it anymore because it's too risky. Instead, I ride Quincy, which is another issue. On the other hand, I do have a car. I actually drive, and my wife likewise. And one of the things we do, and I'm embarrassed to tell you, but we are part of the cut-through traffic in the village because we can't make a left-hand turn going east out of Summit or Franklin. What do? We go down Layton to Clarkson, Clarkson to the light, or we go down Franklin to Quincy and out University. The options, if you are trying to get to the Highline Canal and to ride the Highline Canal or to jog the Highline Canal or just to look at the Highline Canal, is to cross Bellevue. And the other option is to go down to Clarkson at the light or go to University and cross there. And I read in the crime report that just about a month ago, there was a cyclist hit by a car at that intersection. And it's not the safest, by the way, if you've ever tried to walk across or ride across at University and Bellevue. So we have a problem. And I don't know exactly what the solution is, but the traffic light sounds like the best option to me. Small changes can make big differences. And and I'll just anecdotally tell you, over the years, I've ridden my bicycle on Quincy, and I've been harassed, I've had things thrown at me, but I've advocated for the medallion on the road that shows a cyclist, signs that say, it's state law, give the cyclist 3 feet, and cyclists may take the whole lane. And since that went up, I have not had any problems, which is quite remarkable. That's it. That's just a short anecdote. I would just like to say that we have a tiger by the tail, and I hope that the right decision is made. It's getting a little old. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Sue Oakes, and after Ms. Oakes is Randy Oakes.
Thank you all for letting us come and tell you our concerns and our appreciation for the work that you guys are doing to help us get to a resolution of this issue. It's not an easy issue. I recognize that. I've been living at 5050 South Franklin for 3 decades. We raised our children there. We have close friends and neighbors who live there. And having a traffic light is not going to solve the problems that we as Cherry Hills Village residents are already experiencing. Instead, it's going to aggravate the problems. What we are seeing is people turning onto, if traffic is backed up during rush hour at University and Bellevue, we'll see people like literally taking, coming out of the through lane and taking a quick left turn if they can, and then speeding down Bellevue. I've turned right at the same time I've seen people turn left to head north onto Franklin and speed down our street. And I don't want there to be a light that just aggravates that cut-through traffic problem. I think that's what's going to happen. That really concerns me. We have neighbors, again, as somebody else has mentioned, no sidewalks. We have neighbors with young children. We have people who are, I'm a senior citizen now, significantly older than I am. We all walk on the street. We walk our dogs. The kids ride their bikes. They visit their friends across the street and down the block. It is a really risky situation to increase what's already bad traffic. So I would really, really encourage you to think of other ways. I have been using that exit, Franklin and Bellevue, for 3 decades. I regularly bike and walk on the Highline Canal, so I know exactly what it is. You need to wait until there's no traffic in either direction before you move. If you don't do it carefully, you could be stuck there for a while waiting for traffic to clear. But that's a much better solution, or driving to one of the lights, than to put another light that will only increase the danger to people living in your community and whose job it is for you to protect. And if you do decide to do it, all I'm going to say is you need to be thinking about ways that you're going to make sure to limit cut-through traffic, to protect the citizens who are already there, and to make sure that we do not have any kind of ongoing increasing threat to their livelihood or their well-being. I also would suggest that I was appalled by one of the statistics about the speed that people are traveling on Bellevue. Let's perhaps work with Greenwood Village or whoever needs to be helping with the traffic control to stop the speeding. Maybe that will improve safety for everybody, including on Bellevue. So thank you for listening, and really strongly urge you not to do something that will only harm the residents of your city.
Thank you. Randy Oakes and then Isabel Flowers.
Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak tonight. I too am against the traffic light. There's no doubt in my mind that the traffic will be passed through even more significantly than it is today. As Sue mentioned, we have families on all sides of the street, luckily, with young kids, and they're growing and they're enjoying the neighbors, walking to their houses, riding their bikes along the street, and that will be a concern and a danger for them if a light does go in. You know, when I was thinking about a light, you think about maybe some of the safety issues that come from that. But I contend that there are going to be a lot of unintended consequences. In other words, you know, this bucolic street of Franklin becomes a new Clarkson. And at least Clarkson has sidewalks and lights. Franklin does not. And as a lot of people have mentioned, we all walk in the street. We enjoy the bucolic nature of Cherry Hills, and it's going to be a problem. On my personal experience, because I'm still working, and when I leave in the morning for the rec center and I come home afterwards, I'm able to get right and left. We live, by the way, just 3 houses north on the right-hand side. And so when I'm turning right, going north on Franklin, no problem. Morning, and then at night, at 5:30, 6 o'clock at night, taking a left onto Franklin, you know, people are backed up, but they give you room and you're allowed to do it. But with a light, many more people are going to have access and want to do that. Also, I think each individual has to have their own will and what's what I'm thinking of? Just personal responsibility. So for 30 years that we've lived there, we've crossed the street. We've taken the responsibility on ourselves to be careful, to wait for traffic, and to be responsible. In addition, our kids, who are now grown and outside the house, they drove to school for their entire high school career, and safety was always preached by us to them, and they took it to heart. So I'd like to end by giving another potential solution. And that is, as you come onto Bellevue, you're heading east towards University, there's a culvert that goes underneath Bellevue. Are you all aware of that? So as we explore other opportunities, maybe we look at putting, you know, a pedestrian portion underneath there. It already exists, so maybe the cost would not be as much. So anyway, just a another idea and a thought to consider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Isabel Flowers, and after Isabel is Elizabeth with a very long last name. Okay, thank you.
I'm Isabel Flowers. I've lived at 4701 South Lafayette Street for 30 years.
Would you mind backing up for the mic so that people online in the record can hear you? Thank you so much. 4701, sorry.
Podium to speak before. Okay, I'm Isabel Flowers. I live at 4701. I have lived at 4701 South Lafayette Street for 30 years. I oppose the stoplight for a number of reasons. We already have 2 stoplights to exit the neighborhood at Clarkson and here at Quincy University. Both of those lights are easily accessible from any part of Old Cherry Hills. I myself, as a senior, I guess that's what they call me now at 65, use either of those lights frequently. I raised 2 children in the neighborhood, and I encouraged them to use those 2 exits when they were going to Cherry Creek High School, when they were young drivers. Adding the stoplight, and I'm reiterating mostly what my neighbors have already said, adding that stoplight will create a speedway on Franklin Street, making it a cut-through. It will also affect Summit Boulevard as drivers who are heading westbound and can't wait to go to the light to turn onto Franklin will turn right onto Summit and through left and then right onto Franklin. As most of my neighbors have said, it's a very narrow street. It's also a very dark neighborhood with no street lights. People are out there walking their dogs at 4:30, 5 o'clock. Us old people have a hard time seeing in the dark, okay? We have to put our bright lights on, but we can't because there's so many dog walkers, strollers out on the street. I'm worried about all those people out there walking. And I'm also concerned about when the children are getting off the bus right there at Franklin and the dirt road. Don't ask me the name. One of my neighbors that lives there is gone. Franklin and the dirt road, 6 houses, 7 houses up on the right-hand side. That's a bus stop. You're gonna have people cutting through the neighborhood when there's a bus stop there, flying through, and the bus has the signal out. I've seen people pass those signals, bus signals, disregard those bus signals every day. And a lot of people have compared this light that we're putting up, the Greenwood Village people have compared the light that we don't want to put up to the Glenmore Country Club light and Steel Street, complete different neighborhoods. They only have one in and out. We have several, and we already have 2 lights, and I oppose that light. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth. And then after Elizabeth is Annie Wolf.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm a loud speaker. My name is Elizabeth Nebenzahl. There was no chance that you were going to get that, so I apologize. It's my husband's fault. Blame him. I live at 2355 Cherryville Road on the Greenwood Village side. We moved into the neighborhood back in March. I have a 3-year-old and a 4.5-year-old. We moved because our old neighborhood had tons of traffic and our kids could no longer play in the alley safely. We've looked in this area, and I'm sorry, I'm crying. Apparently, I'm very emotional. It's strange for me. We moved this way for a safe neighborhood. My kids are learning how to ride their bikes. I have 2 little girls, and they're not tomboys. They wear Elsa dresses all the time. And we wanted a safe neighborhood where we could walk down the middle of the street and not be concerned that someone was going to hit us. My girls could fall over, my dog could, we wanted wide streets, a safe space for us to grow. I realize I'm on the Greenwood Village side, not the Cherry Hill side, but it sounds like very many neighbors in the Cherry Hill side have similar feelings. I can say that I turn left onto Bellevue quite often from my neighborhood. My girls go to daycare over by DU. So at 750 University is a very long commute. If I take Clarkson, it's a lot faster to get my girls to school. I can almost guarantee that I will cut through Cherry Hills on those early mornings to get my girls to school instead of if there's a light there, right? Rather than waiting my turn to make a left-hand turn. I can also say, again, I'm new to the neighborhood, and so all due respect to the people that have lived here for decades and decades, and I have a very short time, it takes me all of 90 seconds to wait my turn to turn left. There is a break in traffic where there are no cars coming on the left, there are no cars coming on the right, and you just need to wait your turn and watch for clear traffic and turn left. I have no issue turning left off of Franklin onto Bellevue. So my limited experience, I realize that is not everyone's experience. I realize there's a lot of other history that has happened here, but in my limited time here, I have not, with my 2 little girls in the back of the car, I do not feel unsafe turning left onto Bellevue from Franklin and Greenwood Village. Thank you all for spending your evenings here. I realize everyone has families and other things that they probably would rather be doing, but I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you. Annie Wolf, and after Annie is Erica Fisher.
Hello, my name is Annie Wolf, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My husband and I live at 5410 South Franklin Street on the Greenwood Village side, and I was invited here tonight by residents of Cherry Hills Village because they asked me to share my perspective, and so I thank you for that opportunity as well. I'm a mom of 2, soon to be 3, and I also have the experience of spending 13 years of my life as the first responder to the trauma bay at a trauma center in Los Angeles, including UCLA, for the neurosurgical team. So my heart goes out to Andy and Andy's Lights advocates. I am devastated by what happened to her. And that's why I so quickly signed that petition, because I was like, we need safety in that intersection. But as soon as I had some time to think about it and review the data for myself, including from the American Academy of Pediatrics, I realized that I wish I had not signed that. Because we are transferring a highway risk that is made by adults who have mature frontal lobes and who are in cars. We're taking the risk from them and putting it on pedestrians in quiet streets, and we're putting that risk on children who are going to be chasing balls, that they're playing basketball in the driveway, they are wanting to ride their bikes, walk to the neighbor's house to water the neighbor's plants to earn $5. We are taking the risks from adults who have decision-making skills and options, and we're putting it on kids. And one of my neighbors is paraplegic and regularly goes out in his wheelchair with his wife to take walks. Why are we taking the risk from capable adults and putting it on innocents? That is something that changed my mind immediately about the light. Some may say it's up to parents to supervise children playing in their yard, and that is true. However, I will say in Greenwood Village, we're not allowed to put a gate in our front yard. And so my husband and I spent $14,000 last year putting a gate to keep our kids in the backyard. However, our kids want to play basketball in the driveway. They want to ride bikes. My kids are the most social in the neighborhood. They want to talk to the neighbors walking by. And I will say and share, one of the things that got me to go into healthcare is that when I was 9, one of my childhood friends, Molly Pettit, was hit in front of her house just out of reach of her dad's hand on her bike. And you can do a quick data review of the American Academy of Pediatrics and the National Institute of Health, and you'll find that most children pedestrians are hit by cars within 1 mile of their house. And I can tell you, as my 13 years of experience, I saw a lot of kids hit in front of their own home. And so that is something that really, scares me about the light, because although we could say no right on red, you'll still have, as soon as there's an option, people will be cutting through to avoid traffic between that intersection of University and Bellevue. There is no doubt there is a mountain of evidence online about what happens when lights are installed in neighborhoods. And I can say, from my perspective, my husband and I spent our life savings and then some, and we worked really hard to afford our house. And we bought our house because we thought it was a safe, quiet neighborhood to raise our family and be able to walk to the trail. I'd like to also point out that there's a trail crossing on Franklin on the Greenwood Village side that is already, a danger point for people that are trying to enjoy the trail that we were just hearing that lovely presentation on. There's also a bus stop on that same corner that Waze and all the apps are going to be routing those cars to avoid traffic. There's a bus stop for Cherry Hills Village Elementary on Franklin and Cherryville. So I'd like to also state that when I first signed the petition, there was some talk about, us moms wanting to make that intersection stable or safer. So a lot of us were like, well, let's drive through, make sure we drive through on that day and increase the volume. Well, if we're going to assess the volume, I think it should be a blind study where nobody knows when the study is and it's a true assessment of the volume. But again, volume is a concern for the safety of pedestrians in the neighborhood. Why are we taking the risk from a highway and putting in the neighborhood is my question.
Thank you so much. Your 5 minutes are up, but thank you so much for coming. Erica Fisher, and then Mike Moskal.
Okay, I'm not tall like some of the other people that have spoken before me. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I didn't know that I would have that opportunity, so I'm not super prepared, but I guess I'll just speak from the heart. My name is Erica Fisher, and I live at 1 South Franklin Circle. And when I've heard other people talk here tonight about living near the intersection and being close by, I live at that intersection. I live at the intersection of Bellevue and Franklin. I'm on the southwest side in Greenwood Village. And I believe, by the way that my yard is positioned, that I would be the only person in Greenwood Village or Cherry Hills Village who would literally have a stoplight in their backyard. I would be looking at a stoplight when I'm having dinner with my family, and I'm totally in support for the light. I hear people talk about property value. I would think that my property value could be the single most affected, if that's even a real thing. And I value human life over property value. The amount of accidents that we experience on a monthly, annual basis. I've lived in my house for 20 years. It's staggering. It is unbelievable seeing the amount of accidents and kids on their bikes trying to cross the street, and you just sit there and you're like, oh my gosh, don't do it, or let me walk you across. So that's why I think the stoplight and having the ability for pedestrians to cross safely is really, really important. And I would really ask you to consider that. One thing also, now that you all know where I live, I might be totally not doing a smart thing, but it seems like a repeat has been cut through traffic. The reality is that there's already a lot of cut through traffic from people from my neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods who need to get towards Hampton and get towards Broadway, but you can't turn left on Bellevue. And I appreciate the woman who spoke saying it takes 1 minute and 30 seconds. I'm super, I might start having the time doing all my errands at that time, because that's not at all what I experience. Recently, I was on the phone with one of my kids who lives out of state, and we were talking for a while, and she's like, are you still sitting at the light? Your blinker's still going. And I have thought about making little ledgers and things documenting how long it takes me to get across, but it's too frustrating to even think about, or not to get across, but to turn left. and I have also heard people talk about property value potentially being decreased due to cut-through traffic and various things. I spoke to a realtor, a Greenwood Village realtor recently, and her perspective is that it actually would increase property value for those of us that live close to Bellevue. I don't know if any of you live near Bellevue, but I thought I would just give you the drag racing, the speeding is absolutely out of control. I'm actually really surprised that the CDOT findings weren't more staggering than they were in terms of how fast people were driving. I don't know if this will play, but here if I have one of these, I have 10,000 of these, but this is what it sounds like sitting in my yard. Sorry, let me go to another one.
Just trying to enjoy dinner on a Sunday night. Nice to see people observing a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit.
So if anybody wants to come over and have a relaxing cocktail this weekend, please do. Anyways, I guess that's all I have to say. I just appreciate your consideration of this, not only from a safety standpoint, property value standpoint, which again, I don't even think is a real thing, but also just for like quality of life. There are times that we're sitting outside eating dinner and I'm like, I can't take it. I feel like I'm gonna go crazy because the drag racing, the speeding, the semis going by where they're like, however they, I don't know, it's called like air braking or something. It's just absolutely out of control. So I think a stoplight would really manage that. And I think Alicia, for people worried about cut-through traffic, I think Alicia really eloquently addressed that it can be just, you can't turn right onto Franklin. Boom, problem solved. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mike Moskal, and after Mike is Barbara Brocht.
Hello. My name is Mike Moskal, and I am a Old Cherry Hills Village resident since 1988. So I've kind of gone through a lot of the changes and am very concerned about the installation of a traffic signal at Franklin and Bellevue. Most of what I would want to say has already been said, but the point is that despite the fact that improving safety of the residents is important, and I understand that intention is to improve safety, but I actually think it will impede the progress. You know, we have not had traffic lights or sidewalks, and there was a reason for that. 30 years ago, changes could have been made to implement new things that would change the character of Old Cherry Hills. I think that installing a traffic signal will enhance the number of cars coming on Franklin, and I think it would cause a safety issue much more so than what the perceived intention would be to install the traffic signal. So, you know, my son helped me, who is a 38-year resident, helped me with this, but it's not, what it's going to do is particularly divert the residential area by turning right on the red light. This would introduce the role of the broader community to ensure every driver, young or otherwise, has a perfectly convenient experience on the road, learning to manage the challenging intersections and exercise patience and judgment is a normal and necessary part of becoming a capable, responsible motorist. Finally, the Department of Transportation may recommend that this light be installed, but this guidance should not substitute for the local judgment or common sense. Taxpayer funds should be instead directed toward projects that provide clear, measurable benefit to the public, not toward unnecessary infrastructure that caters to the convenience of the privileged few. Many residents have quietly shared these concerns, but have not taken the time to voice them. I think tonight that's changing. I urge our leadership to consider the broader implications and reject this misguided proposal before it advances any further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moskal, could you give me your address, please?
4740 South Lafayette Street.
Thank you. And up next is Barbara Brocht.
I think I'm going to have to move this down, right? Can you hear?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Barbara Brocht, and I live at 4755 South Lafayette Street. And I have to say, I think I'm probably the oldest one here, and I've lived in Cherry Hills Village for 50 plus years. And my daughter lives here now on Summit Street. So maybe you already see where I'm going with this. But this has come up before. I mean, this is every 15 years it comes up, somebody wants a traffic light there. And the one thing they didn't mention, and the reason it has been turned down in the past, is winter. When you're talking about a traffic light where the traffic has to go up a hill, which is pretty steep. You hit that traffic light and that traffic stops on that hill on an icy road or snow, or you have trouble starting your car, you're going to have a problem right there at the intersection in the winter. And nobody has brought up the hill or what that's going to look like in the winter, because, you know, it freezes at night a lot, even on these highways. So that's one problem that hasn't been mentioned. But the other thing is, I understand that people get very impatient having to wait for that light. But I think somebody said earlier, and I have had the same experience, even in rush hour, if I'm patient, it takes me a minute to maybe get out. And even in rush hour, there are times when the traffic has been so bad and they see that I want to make that left-hand turn to get onto the university, they let me in. And so I've had no problem, but I don't go through rush hour daily like some people. And, you know, I have time to get home, so I'm not always in a hurry. But we do have a light on Clarkson. And I got to thinking about the consequences. Most of them have been mentioned tonight. And it will become a cut through. And I don't think they're going to wait to get up to Franklin, because the traffic sometimes is backed up even to Summit. They're going to turn off Summit, get to Franklin, make a shortcut, and it's going to come down Layton, if you're smart, to jump onto Clarkson and then get back on Bellevue, taking a right-hand turn. You know, you're going to get all kinds of traffic that I don't think people have thought about. And Greenwood Village has outlets, so cars can be funneled. I mean, Greenwood Village doesn't really have the outlets that Cherry Hills does. Cherry Hills has a lot. They can go down Franklin, they can get to Quincy, which, by the way, the traffic there has really increased. That's become a cut-through during rush hour. So ultimately, other people have mentioned my other concerns, which is the safety of the neighborhood. I mean, we talk about the kids and not having sidewalks. You should see how many people are out on the streets during that time. And it is getting dark, and I worry about them too. So I think it's a safety issue, sometimes for the drivers that are pulling out and for the people that are trying to cross. But I used to be a runner, a biker, now I'm a walker. And I don't walk across that street, I'll tell you, but I used to ride my bike. But I'd be patient and wait, and I always got through. And the other thing, I don't have the statistics on this, but I was just stunned when that poor woman was killed. I mean, that was a tragedy. But I haven't heard of too many other car accidents on that. There have been some, I'm not saying that, but they're not that frequent. I'm afraid that we're going to become more frequent with the light because many people run red lights, for one thing. I mean, I have, well, you have too. You've seen how many people run lights, especially on turns if they have to wait. So I am concerned, and at this point in time, I don't see the benefits of the light outweighing the risks that everybody else has spoken about tonight. So I wish that there were another alternative. You know, I don't know about the financial issue, a crosswalk for, you know, one of those things that they have over highways that pedestrians can cross the street. But as far as the cars, it is a highway. You shouldn't be crossing that street unless you're so darn sure that there's no car coming. And I know that some people are always in a hurry. They don't want to go down to Clarkson. But teach your kids to go down to Clarkson. It's the safest place to turn. So thank you. And
Thank
that's
you.
all I have to say, and I think I'm the last one. Lucky.
You were the last one signed up, but as is sort of customary here in Cherry Hills Village, if there is anyone who did not have an opportunity to speak who would like to, I'll ask, I think there's a few people who raised their hands, so I'll ask the clerk to come. If you can meet the clerk over at the table on the side and sign your name. While they're signing up, I just wanted to say one thing to the audience here tonight. I was asked, I guess, a week or so ago to speak at a symposium about civility in government, and I just want to commend everyone here. This is a tough conversation to have. Everyone has been so respectful and so thoughtful, and I'm getting a little choked up, to be honest. I really appreciate it. You don't see it in a lot of places, and so thank you to all of you for sharing your opinions with us in a civil way. I wish we could do more of that, and I wish others could do more of it at different levels of government. Thank you. Next is Paul Murray, and after Paul is Katie, and I can't tell if that's those are F's or S's, but Katie.
Is this all right? Can you hear me okay? Thank you.
Yes.
City Council, thank you. It's my third time returning to speak to all of you. Paul Murray, I live at 5097 South Franklin Street. I apologize, I was late. I ran over from a theater performance at the elementary school across the street with two of my daughters who I need to rush home and read and get to bed, but wanted to at least come by quickly and speak, and it's a good opportunity for them to see, to your point, Katie, kind of how their village works in action. But thank you for the time tonight. Thank you to my friends and neighbors who've spoken before me. Just really briefly, I think I'm a name and we are faces to those children and families who walk, ride bikes, dog walk, play in our front yard. We live 2 doors north of the intersection that we've been discussing this evening. And I truly value the input of all of my neighbors, especially those in Cherry Hills and across the street in Greenwood. I hope that the City Council will pay particular attention to those of us who live closest to that intersection, who would be most impacted on the Cherry Hill side. Again, I respect my neighbors in Greenwood, but we all are your constituents. And this is unscientific, but I think of the 5 homes, the 10 that live on the east and west side of Franklin, just north of Bellevue. I believe there's unanimous opposition to a stoplight. I just wanted to raise that as food for thought for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know the play scene well. I've painted many a set over at Cherry Hills Village Elementary, and then at West, and then at Creek. Katie, and after Katie is Renee Karantulis.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for having us tonight. I did not prepare a talk, so I'll do my best. I was just sort of jotting down some notes in the back. This is kind of a tough topic for me to talk about because I've been personally affected by the lack of a light at this intersection. I've lived in the Brookside neighborhood since 2013. I want to thank the Light Committee for your tireless work in helping educate the community about the importance of this issue. And I appreciate their fact-based presentation. I don't have the facts, I'm not a traffic expert, but what I do know is this has deeply impacted our community from a safety standpoint. I have 2 teenagers, they're 14 and about to be 16 next month. I'm terrified. I'm terrified to have my 16-year-old daughter cross over from our Greenwood Village side to the Cherry Hills side or to get to school. She carpools with friends I drive, don't worry. We carpool to school with her friends, and many of them do live in the Old Cherry Hills neighborhood. So we have no choice but to cross at the Bellevue and Franklin intersection. Unfortunately, I do hear the safety concerns and emotional pleas from everyone. I really do, and I respect everybody's opinion greatly. But I do feel that there's nothing I know that I'm going to be able to say to change anyone's minds. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. But what I do know and what is factual is that in 2022, my family was almost killed in that intersection. They were hit by a drag racer going almost 100 miles an hour down Bellevue. And I almost lost my niece, my nephew, my sister, and I had to drive the dog to VRCC to be euthanized. I'm sorry I'm getting emotional, but this has been a very difficult thing for my family to have endured. I realize that the light, I believe she was trying to cross at Franklin and Bellevue. And if there was a light there, I do think that it would have resulted in the drag racer, who also did not have his headlights on, so she couldn't see the car. Either it would have impeded, I believe it would have stopped the accident from happening. Regardless, if it's not my scenario, it's somebody else's. We have kids. And a community that we care deeply about. Our kids go to school every day. They're crossing, my son, they're crossing at Bellevue. With our supervision, I don't let my kids, even at 14 and 16, cross at that intersection. My son, if he wants to ride his bike to Old Cherry Hills to spend time with his friends, which he's certainly entitled to do, I have him go all the way up Franklin, down the canal, go through the easement, to down Sunset to Clarkson, ride down Clarkson, wait at the light, wait until it changes, cross down Clarkson, and then into Old Cherry Hills. It takes him a good 15 extra minutes to get there, that's my decision for him. I'm not willing to take that risk, especially when there's no crosswalk, for him to go safely across Franklin and Bellevue, much less a light. So bear with me. My notes. I also know that traffic, I've been in this neighborhood, it's been a treasure of ours and such an honor to be a Greenwood Village resident. The amount of traffic that goes down Bellevue has increased significantly from the time that I've moved in 2013. We used to sit in our backyard, and we don't live right on Bellevue, but we used to sit in our backyard at night and enjoy peace and quiet. Now we hear drag racers, motorcyclists, Jake breaks, we hear it all. And the reality is the distance between University to Clarkson is too long. These drivers get going way too fast. They're racing every single night on the weekends. My neighbors that are here tonight can attest to that. I'm sure the Old Cherry Hills folks can also attest to that. It's not just safety, it's noise, it's traffic control. And we may or may not like it, but the reality is things have changed. And unfortunately, it's impacting everyone, both from safety to traffic concerns. So I believe that it's in everybody's best interest for the future of our communities, our kids' well-being and happiness, and citizens like Andy who are just going for a run and trying to cross safely at an area where, unfortunately, as a Greenwood Village resident, we don't have the same access points that Old Cherry Hills has. I certainly respect the opinions of our Old Cherry Hills friends, and I understand that the urgency to have a light is not as great as it is for us. We only have 3 exits. They have others. Our exits are not safe, period. There's not one, except for getting onto University with that lane you can pull into that's safe to come out of. So our need for it is far more urgent. So I ask everyone to please take these concerns seriously, and I do appreciate my time tonight.
Thank you. And sorry, what is your last name?
Hoster, H-O-S-T-E-R.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Renee and then Jim. Karen Tunis, right? Karen Tunis? Yes, okay.
It's a Greek name. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I came here once before. My name is Renee Karen Tunis, and I live at 1885 Cherryville Road, and I've lived there for 22 years. I mentioned that my grandmother and my great-grandmother actually lived in Old Cherry Hills. My grandmother lived at the corner of Franklin and Stanford, and I actually got the address wrong the last time because it used to be 4500 South Franklin. I guess it's 1610 Stanford because they moved the entrance because of traffic. As I stated previously, my brother was hit by a car. The car was traveling 67 miles per hour in a 35 mile per hour zone as a pedestrian near the intersection or near the car dealerships on Broadway. And it's for that reason I strongly oppose the light. The rerouting traffic from State Highway 88 into our neighborhoods is incredibly dangerous. And remember, there's 2 state highways, State Highway 177, I believe it is, University, and State Highway 88, Bellevue. I'm very sensitive to the loss of life, obviously, of the person that was killed, and my heart goes out to this family. The facts around this case are important. I still want to state them. The individual, and I can say this because of my brother, the individual who lost her life was jaywalking, and per her neighbors was spotted there frequently. Steps from her front door is actually an asphalt path. That asphalt path, there's asphalt paths all the way through the Greenwood Pines neighborhood. And actually I know this because one of them, the one she would take, would come right out in my backyard. And when you get to the Highline Canal, so it goes to the canal, and you can go right or left. This is all on the Highline Canal maps. They are actually official entrances and exits, by the way. You just go down to University. There's a beautiful path. You can cross at University and Bellevue. There's a light. You can actually go up the sidewalk on the Cherry Hills Village side. There's even an opening between the fence if you want to stop off, there. And the other direction as well is also official because it's on the Highline Canal maps. If she were to go right, she would go all the way down to Sunset Loop and get on Clarkson. So there are actually official entrances and exits to get there safely. Terryville Road is really significant in this whole equation. Again, as we said before, this is not like the Steel Street light. Both of those dead end. One of them has a gate. Terryville is really significant because if you look at Bellevue and University, it just cuts through. And I will say, because as long as I've lived there, and that Terryville has such a long, terrible history with traffic. I know Mark Donahue's here, and as he said the other night, that there's a reason we have traffic circles. We worked with Greenwood Village. He worked with Greenwood Village, went to Greenwood Village. They installed them to try to help us. We still have problems. Again, it was really bad before. I would say if you stepped outside of our house in the morning at certain hours, they run stop signs, they go the wrong way through traffic circles, they speed down our street despite the speed limit. As I mentioned before, there's already cut-through traffic. There are 3 entrances and exits to our neighborhood. I drive for a living. I own a home health company. So I go all over Denver. There's a lot of fast traffic everywhere, to be honest. People are speeding everywhere. But there's always a safe entrance and exit from Greenwood Acres. There's University, you can go right instead of going left. It may not be as convenient, but there's always a safe passage. This light is a convenience item. It is not a necessary item. I did want to make a couple of comments. One thing about the petition is several people that have signed the other petition have actually changed their mind, in fact, a lot, and they've signed ours subsequently. As far as a comment on the solution, there's something that I noticed, for many, many years, in fact, I wished it was there when my teenage daughter was driving. Cherry Hills always parked a cruiser along Bellevue, and that was always a deterrent to people speeding along Bellevue. And I wish it was there, or I wish that maybe the cities could partner together and do a van. Maybe they could make revenue off of a van to issue speeding tickets. I don't know if that's possible, but I just wanted to throw that out. The other thing I wanted to say, the Wilcox family could not be here tonight, but they live at the corner right there of Bellevue and University.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
But thank you so much. And feel free to submit any comments via email. And last is Jim Karen Tunis.
Hello again. I'll wrap this up for us tonight, I guess. Thank you. Jim Karen Tunis. I live at 1885 Cherryville Road. I will be very quick. Just a few facts that I have gained. I know there's a lot of emotion here, especially around cut-through traffic. I have found several documents and studies with cut-through traffic that show that there should be a 10 to 30% increase in cut-through traffic once a light is installed. It is also a function of the volume of traffic on the major roads. So the more traffic on the major roads, both highways, the more cut-through traffic you're going to have. And to back up what Annie had spoke about in neighborhoods, 55% of pedestrian deaths are in the neighborhood streets. And for every one death in a neighborhood street, there are 15 injuries to pedestrians. Most of those are children. And then lastly, as far as the red light, I'd just like to address no turn on red. Cut-through traffic comes through at all times, even when the light is green. So I just want to put that out, food for thought. And I thank you for the evening. I think everything else has been covered.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you to everyone for coming tonight and sharing your opinions with us. I want you to all know that we have heard you, and we appreciate you being here. Next on our agenda is reports from members of city boards and commissions. Don't think there are any here, so we'll move on to the consent agenda.
And I move to approve the consent agenda items 8A and 8B.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that passes unanimously. Moving on to the public hearing. It is 8:16 p.m. and I will open the public hearing for the 2026 proposed budget. And I will turn that over to Director Newman.
Yes, thank you very much, City Council. So tonight is the City Council's review and discussion, as well as public hearing and first reading for our 2026 proposed budget. My main objective is to guide you through the budget, as well as the major elements, and also highlighting any changes from 2025. A bit of good news to start. Thanks to City Council's input, as well as staff updates from our 2026 proposed budget study session in October, we actually are now seeing a reduced overall expenditure ask for 2026, both reduced from the study session request and reduced from our 2025 budget on the expenditure side. And so I'll quickly run through some of those updates. One of the big budget reductions was the Quincy Farm East Side Farmhouse, as well as the related reduction in our parks transfer to our CIP fund, as well as the general fund transfer to CIP fund. We reduced that to $1 million instead of the 2.5 predicted to continue the pay-as-you-go CIP funding method that was started, as well as keeping those funds in the general fund and the capital fund reserve in the general fund as well. We did see a small increase in our PD contract service, specifically the dispatch services. That increase ended up coming in at about 15%, or roughly $20,000 total, which was a little bit over what we had originally budgeted in the study session. The sustainability study from community development has also been reduced to $50,000. We did increase our cyber incident insurance slightly. It was an increase of $11,500, and that increases our coverage from $500,000 to $2 million in coverage. And we did find, or through staff work, we did request a $5,000 contribution to the Homeless Awareness and Action Task Force, which is now reflected in the budget. The big exciting piece is that our city insurances, our study session originally was budgeted at a 12% anticipated increase, and we were hopeful that we could keep it there. After our brokers went out and looked, the health insurance increase actually came back at 6.5%, dental at 3%, vision at a 0% increase, and life and accidental death and disability at a 0.5% increase. The difference between that 12% we had budgeted and the 6.5% rough increase is almost $70,000 reduction in budget request for 2026. And as we get through these slides, you'll see in the end that made a big impact in our 10-year financial forecast as well. We have one last outstanding item, which will be updated by December 10th, and that is our workers' comp premium for 2026. We are expecting to get that quote anytime in the next couple of weeks. Right now, we are not expecting that to have any impact on the 2026 budget. We're expecting those premiums to remain flat. Again, because of the total budget expenditure reduction after updates, we're now seeing a small, well, not small, almost $480,000 decrease in overall total city budgeted expenditures from 2025 to 2026. And again, that is from City Council and staff's hard work over the last few years to really work on our budget and tighten it down to get both our revenues and our expenditures budgeted closer to actuals. We had no change in our predicted revenues for 2026, and they remain at $19.14 million for the city. That does include all funds. And our fund expenditures, with the updates we just went through, total for the city, not including transfers, are expected to be at $18.21 million, which does represent that $480,000 reduction from total budget expenditures in 2025. Our revenues by source haven't changed. Our two largest revenues for the city are still property taxes and sales tax. Our fund expenditures did update slightly with the reduction of the Quincy Farm Eastside Farmhouse. Capital improvements have moved from 20% of the predicted 2026 budget to 17%. And personnel, health benefit, and retirement still remain our largest city expenditure for 2026. General fund highlights, as the general fund remains our largest fund. We anticipate $13.8 million in operating revenues, and expenditures are predicted at $12 million. That's the $11 million in operating expenses plus that transfer to our capital fund of $1 million. Revenues are just slightly higher, about 2% or $264,000. And again, that's as we get closer to our actuals and expecting property tax revenue to remain flat. Our projected ending fund balance is $39.6 million for the year, and that is an increase due both to the reduction of expenditures in 2026 and the reduction of that transfer from general fund to capital fund. Our general fund major highlights include maintaining our high quality of customer service, the increase in insurance and inflationary costs that we're seeing throughout the city and the Denver metro area are transferred to the capital funds for annual needs. We are bumping up our IT service costs, including our cybersecurity and potential penetration testing, as well as that cybersecurity center. Public safety, including promotions, pay range adjustments, and software and equipment, and that sustainability study from community development. Department expenditure highlights, these haven't really changed from our study session. We're still, focused on the new communication and outreach full-time employee position to assist all of the city departments. We did see an increase of 12.6% in our property and liability premiums, and then we are seeing a need for increased legal services and costs based on usage. Our information, our IT division, we're going to highlight those cybersecurity centers as well as the system penetration testings, and court as we move forward to modernize our court processes and proceedings, as well as the new professional service contract for our new judge. Community development, right now we're not expected to see any large permits in 2026, but we do want to add that sustainability study at $50,000. Public safety did see that increase in the dispatch contract services, as well as a little bit in additional software costs, and then equipment that is included in our capital replacements. Public Works saw a decrease in contract services and building maintenance, an increase in training for APWA, and their pothole repair machine and street mill and overlay, which is also included in our capital budget. Our Parks Department is expecting a decrease in legal costs. That's mostly from not needing that additional attorney for Quincy Farms, as well as a decrease in materials and supplies as the inventory we have is currently being used up. And then the Quincy Farm projects and new park truck are still included in our capital budget. Capital fund highlights. No change in revenue from the study session. We are going to monitor it closely just to see if state revenue projections change or we get a mid-year update. Oh, I did want to highlight, we do have an other income line for the capital fund of about $60,000 for next year, and that is related to the 911 authority radio reimbursement that we're expected. And that has also been added on the expenditure side in public safety in our capital fund to replace some of the radios that the 911 authority will then reimburse us for. Total capital fund expenditures are down. This is the largest reduction to the budget from the study session, and that is due to the decrease in the Quincy Farm Eastside Farmhouse budget. Other fund highlights. Our Park and Recreation Fund, our estimated revenues are $3.9 million, with expenditures at about $3.5 million. Our property tax and investment interest assumptions are very similar to the general fund, and they are seeing an overall small decrease from 2025 budgeted expenditures. Our other fund highlights, all of our revenue and expenditures are roughly in line with what those funds receive. There are a few places where we will be dipping into fund balance a little bit in 2026 to cover some things, but overall, we are projected to have positive fund balances in all funds by the end of 2026. Long-range financial forecast update, our revenues are mostly unchanged from the prior years. There is now a slight increase of $0.41 million in 2036, so our 10-year projection, and that is due to the decrease in transfers to the CIP fund based on the pay-as-you-go funding. And also the big change is that decrease in healthcare benefit premiums. $70,000 a year savings over 10 years is a bonus. The next steps in our 2026 budget process will be the second reading of our budget and appropriations, GID budgets, and mill levy council bills on December 10th. And what questions do you have for me?
Okay, so thank you for that. I also just wanted to make one clarifying point that the two large reductions, for the sustainability study and the Quincy farmhouse. I just want to be, lest anyone think that the costs of those projects decreased that amount. That's not really the case. You know, there's two ways to kind of look at a budget. There's, this is what I need, how much does that cost? And then there's the, what can I get for how much I have to spend? And I think, I just want to make sure that everyone on council is aware that those two items, we took more of the, what can we get for what we feel we can spend prudently, wisely on those projects, and make sure, you know, if you're not on board with that decision, speak now. Right, it's not a savings. It's not like all of a sudden it's a lot less to do that.
Well, I'm fine with what you said, but I do have some things to say about that.
Well, okay, so, yep, Councilor Heller.
Yeah, just a question, and I'm sure it was covered in the study session. I thought I read in the minutes that there was a discussion about whether to take the house down or not. And so is that past us if we're going to invest the reduced amount, but nonetheless a fair amount of money in restoration? So
I don't think that decision has passed. I think
well, just the discussion, and again, would we invest that kind of money if an ultimate decision is to
well, and I think
tear
the
the
key,
house down?
and that the key point, at least for me, in the budget is that we don't, just because it's in the budget doesn't mean that we're agreeing to spend it, right? But I was concerned with the number that was originally there, that was implying in some way that we were willing to spend that amount.
Well, I'm kind of making the same argument, I guess, at a lower amount.
I'm sorry. I just have a clarifying.
Oh, yeah.
So this, I think that we're, well, I think we're talking about two different structures. So the money that's in the budget for 2026 is the East Side Farmhouse, which part of that project did explore whether it might be cheaper to renovate it or to knock it down and rebuild it. It is not a historic structure. So there's different.
Yeah, it's the little one. It's not the main house.
Yeah.
That helps. Yeah.
Okay, good.
But
Thank you for that clarification.
Since we're on that topic, and since we're talking with staff for just a moment, even the 500,000, I guess I'm building on what the mayor just pointed out. The 500,000, there's a very real chance. We're not just trying to spend what can we get for 500,000. We have a new approach. I might ask Emily just to talk a little bit more about the scope that we're going to be going back out to get, and hopefully we can come in at, I don't even know, right? 200,000, 300,000, far less than even the 500. So Emily, if you don't mind just going through the scope.
Yes, so let me give a little bit of context about what we completed already in that feasibility study. So the feasibility study right now has two options, option one, option two. One, both consider renovating the entire structure. One option is to do that, mitigate all the asbestos, on and on. The second is to take the structure down, build something that looks identical in its place. We can do that. It's not historic. So what we have asked the architect to do now is to create an option 3 for us. So we are significantly scaling back that scope within that option 3, not considering renovating the entire building, but really looking carefully at what exactly it is we need that structure to provide in order for programming to happen in the barn. Things like restrooms, obviously, since it's the support structure. Things like replacing the roof, because if you've all seen the roof, it's visually obvious we need to replace the roof. And some minor cosmetic improvements so that it can stand up across from the big barn and look like it fits together, but not contemplating a much more conservative approach so that we're not getting into walls that maybe we don't need to touch, so then we're not getting into that asbestos, and really just scaling back the scope of what we're looking at. So that is going to be the option 3 that comes out of the feasibility study, and obviously we're asking the architect to cost that out for us. We don't have those costs yet, but we are not anticipating it even reaching that $500,000 amount. Again, it's a placeholder while we wait for those costs to come in. But the goal is not to spend that full amount of money.
Yeah, I think ultimately I was just a little surprised at the original number for such a small house, and it turned out that, a lot of that cost is the asbestos mitigation that is an enormous number that you have to do the second you touch anything.
And the
so, I appreciate an option 3 that avoids that. It will obviously be a much smaller scope of work and scope of improvements, and that conversation is still to be had by the council, and but I just think this sets a little bit more realistic expectation of what ballpark the council wants to be operating in, and if it's not the right ballpark for you, this is the chance to talk about that. Are there questions? Yes, Councilor Fisher.
Thank you, Kelly. I have a couple of questions on the budget. So on our page 43 of our packet, this is under community development expenses. There's no, under legal services, in the narrative, it says, this is going to be new for 2026, a lobbyist or legal services for potential housing legislation. We've talked about that before. Is that included somewhere else? Why is it not on, it's just blank?
And I am looking, and I do have Paul here. I know that is something, and we do have legal services in.
I was wondering if it was maybe all included in administration or something, but that was more other legal.
2 years
costs that we
ago,
thought we were gonna have.
when House Bill
Senate Bill 213.
213?
Senate Bill 213.
Senate Bill 213, that's it. 2 years ago, not the last session, but the session before that, we actually did pay for our lobbyists. We partnered together with Greenwood and
Yeah.
a couple of other communities.
Right.
Last year, we did not, but that line item is still there.
Well, it says new for 2026 in the narrative.
Where does that say?
Yeah, and I am looking at that.
No, you can get back to.
Yeah, and I
or
will,
us.
and I know, and it may have been. Yep, that is a blank. Yep. I do know that was a placeholder and something we were looking at. We did increase, you are correct, in admin services, we did increase the overall legal
Right.
budget. So
But
that
no.
may be something that
But that's not for a lobbyist.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. So
Okay.
we just need to take that note out of that
Okay.
line item.
So it's the note that's wrong,
Yes.
not the budget. Okay, good.
Although if we're adding money to the community development budget, I'll take it.
Just a general question. I saw this a few places, and I was going to ask it a month ago, and I think we ran out of time. Talk to me about, we have vehicle maintenance that's provided by Englewood. I mean, it comes up a few places. That's just because we don't have mechanics, and we just outsource it, and
Yes,
That's
that
all
is,
it is.
yep, that's
Okay.
it exactly. We
Okay.
partner with Englewood and then reimburse them
right
for that work
Okay.
that they do. It's a service contract.
Another question is sort of a general question on the long-term financial forecast. So I'm on page 63 now of our packet, where it gets really tiny, you guys, and so you have to kind of make it bigger. I was surprised to see, and it's highlighted on mine, it's sort of orange, master plan projects, and that the only money out here is for street diets, traffic calming. And is that really all we have in the future? That we have nothing else that we have on the master plan that we're, you know what I mean? Because I know that the master plan has things for 1 to 3 years and, 3 to 5, whatever. I don't remember what the year thing, the 3 different categories were, but why do we only have on this long range?
Yeah, and that's
Budgeting.
a great question. I think something that we definitely will want to look at council retreat this year, because we do have a lot of our infrastructure improvements and everything from there moved up. So my guess is, and I will verify this for you for sure, and then it's something we can go through and really build out, these long-term financial forecasts at the retreat. But to say, hey, of these master plan projects, what are built into our different departments for our CIP budget over the next 10 years.
I think that would be great. I just think that, we do place a lot of importance on the master plan, and there's rarely a council meeting when it doesn't come up. And so if we can identify, particularly in the long-range plan, which of these things came from the master plan, which, as we all know, was,
Yeah, I fully
A lot of
expect, though,
input.
that departmental long-range master plan expenditures also coincide with goals and strategies contained in the master plan as well.
Right, I'm sure they do, but I'd
Yeah,
like to see another way to maybe identify some of them.
Yeah, and
So
I
that we're
think
making
that probably was started last year at retreat, and then having a vacant finance director, it wasn't something I was aware of to catch to move forward, but I can certainly do that, and I would very much like to keep it tracked that way as well going forward.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for me for right now.
Councilor Robinson, yeah.
So I don't think now's the time to debate what we just heard earlier, but if we do decide as a council to do a study around Franklin and Bellevue Light, where would those funds come from, and how would we make that choice later?
City manager or, yeah.
Well, we do have a fund balance that we could probably have council amend the budget through the course of the year if that's something you'd like to do, if it doesn't get incorporated into this budget.
Absolutely. If that decision is made later and you decide next year, hey, it isn't in the budget, but it's something we would like to add and do, we can always do a supplemental appropriation and add it to the budget at that point.
Notwithstanding the charter section that I always bring up.
Yes.
Yes, provided we have the revenues to cover and we are not dipping below our reserves.
Yeah. Well, and that the revenues are actually, they have to be higher than expected, right, Earl? That's the revenues have to be higher than expected, not,
Yeah, and the point is that if we ever change that, it's a stupid provision, but
Yes, it is.
it's a provision that's there, but that's the deal.
Yeah.
And it's-
One other question, just the sustainability study. I know we moved that down from 75 to 50. I still struggle a little bit with the value of that and what that's going to provide to the city, and I wonder whether it's a good use of our funds. So I just, it's not that big of a, I'm okay with it, I guess, but I just, that's something that I still struggle.
Well, I'm not okay with it, and you brought it up, because I'd like to say something.
okay.
And by the way, this is interesting too, in terms of, because, AI is the big thing, right? So I thought, I wonder what we'd get if you went to AI. And so went to Grok. So I live in a high-income city in suburban Denver called Cherry Hills Village. We want to take actionable steps towards the sustainability and are looking for actions to take with the highest benefit to cost. Do you have any ideas for a plan that would make sense to our city? Below is a prioritized cost-benefit screen sustainability plan tailored to Cherry Hills Village, a low-density, high-income, 6.2 square mile enclave of 6,500 residents. That's Grok coming back. And here is the plan, a core 5-year plan, funding stack, optional high-leverage add-ons, quick win policy levers, timeline, and why this plan fits Cherry Hills Village. And it didn't cost
Are you
a dime.
asking us to pay you $50,000?
It didn't cost a freaking dime. Now, I've said before that I believe that if you really were looking to reduce our carbon footprint, you know what the big drivers are. It's our road system, and in terms of the paving that goes on, and it's our vehicles. I mean, there is nothing else that would remotely touch our carbon footprint. But in addition, there's a hell of a lot that's here, right here. Why are we going to pay $50,000 to have somebody do this is extraordinary what came back here. And again, I don't know, I didn't go back and verify it all, I didn't talk to Jay or anything else, but I'm like going, I just don't know why we'd be spending this dough.
Well, that was my
Fair question,
concern,
yeah.
not that, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be concerned about sustainability.
No, I agree. No,
Or,
that's,
improving.
right here.
But I think it's not a wise use of funds, of
with you.
citizens' funds to do that study. I think we could basically task each of the departments to come up with ideas, and as I said before, give a bonus to our employees that come up with the best ideas and so on, and get better ideas probably than the consultants would tell us.
Well, let me jump in and say, this one falls into the category like what we just talked about, because just because it's in the budget doesn't mean you have to spend it. And I'd rather it be there so that we can now evaluate what GPT or whoever it was, Rock gave to us. But, I think I mentioned at our last meeting when we talked about this, that North Glen and Eagle had just gone through a large upgrade on their sustainability, and they spoke about it during the summer CML meeting. And, frankly, it seems obvious, but I'm not sure. I mean, focusing on building operations and heating, for instance, is a big driver of greenhouse gas. I don't know, but what I'm saying is, before I eliminate something, this was the major new topic of the master plan discussion. And it was inserted in large part because of that. I would think we will be remiss if we don't at least do something to figure out if we know what we're talking about. And if we do know what we're talking about, we don't spend it. If we don't know what we're talking about, it'll be the best money that we could spend to help implement that driver of some very complex issues involving greenhouse gas reduction and sustainability on overall work for the city. So I think it ought to stay. Doesn't mean it has to be spent.
I see some head nods. Councilor Fisher.
I also went back and looked at the master plan after this conversation, and I agree with Councilor Eber. I think it needs to stay in there, and maybe that's one of the things that we asterisk and say that this is associated with the master plan. And I can't believe it would cost $50,000. Maybe it won't.
But I think it's also a question of resource availability. It's one thing to say, great, here's a list. Someone's got to manage that project. And my understanding is part of what's driving this is a resource issue. Is that correct?
To use a consultant and not do it in-house, that's correct.
Yeah. So, I think the whole, I think we need to be presented with the whole thing and then make a decision whether it makes sense or not. But it's not just a question of, okay, well, yeah, these are the 5 things we need to fix. It's then how do you go about doing it and who's going to do it and who runs that program. So I think a presentation will be made to us, a proposal, and I think that's when we evaluate it.
And all of that makes sense, but it just, and again, I went back and looked at the master plan too. And there are goals. And again, no one is saying we don't want to follow these goals. They're in the master plan. We're going to do our goals. But nowhere in there does it say do and hire a consultant to do a study. It talks about what we do, and in the implementation, it talks about very specifically short-term, mid-term, long-term, which was put together specifically by staff with resource allocation in mind as to how and when they can go about doing these things. So I agree with Councilor McGuire that it's got to be looking at it from a resource perspective, but that's what the master plan does. And that's what the city manager puts together every year in terms of his annual work plan, in terms of how that comes about. But again, at the end of the day, if we want to leave it in there for that purpose, but I'm just saying, and bless you, but in addition, and I don't know how many people have really started looking at AI, but it is extraordinary, and it's all around us. I mean, people are going to be laid off, blah, 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 this and that, but it is amazing what you get out of it, and I use it more and more every day. I would say now, I'm on with AI 2 hours a day, minimum.
Do I need to reach over and pinch you to see if you're actually Earl or if you're just an AI bot version of yourself?
It is extraordinary in terms of what you get out of it. And as an attorney, I'll say this, but with all due respect to our city attorney, it's extraordinary from a legal perspective what's coming out of AI.
Yeah, I've also seen some things come out that are extraordinarily crazy.
Yes, I have as well. And in fact, I've had it come back and say, you are correct. Thank you for correcting me.
What about this? So I've heard 2 things that I agree with. One is that sustainability is a new area of focus for our community, and it is an important part of our master plan, and it's important to our community. And so therefore, we should be kind of putting our money where our mouth is, so to speak. But then I've also heard some concerns as to whether the study is the right way to do that. Is it possible in the budget to budget $50,000 for sustainability, to not be so specific that it is for a study?
It's a great
But
idea.
we're going to commit to spend, money on sustainability efforts, and if that means we need to do a study first, if there are any lower hanging fruit items that we feel like we can do.
It's a great idea. I like it.
Yeah, and I'll do my best channeling former Councilmember Wheel, and, do a reach out to the folks at North Glen, the folks at Eagle, and see, how they started their process, better understand what they did, because I would imagine they probably looked at this in the same way and said, we know some of our things, and I don't know, frankly, if they did a study or what they did. I know that when they went to build their net zero new city center, they did extensive work on that. But I don't know if they needed the study to change from old light bulbs to new low wattage light bulbs, LEDs. Those things to me, all of us here on council can pretty much say those make economic sense. But to the extent that there's more, I will represent to council that I will reach out to them and report back and see what we find out.
Okay. Councilor Robinson, did you have anything else? You're good? Councilor McGuire, do you have any questions? Councilor Holen.
Just a couple more. One of the things, and it is in your later slide, but one of the changes that didn't show up was the traffic study went from 100,000 to 200,000 from the study session to this. Why? What went up on that? And if we talked about it, I just forgot.
It was a typo. It was a typo.
The first version was a
first
typo.
version was
The
a
first
typo.
version. It was always 200,000 in the budget. It was a typo on my slide. So I apologize. It's been fixed.
No apology, no apology needed, necessary. The other thing is, and I missed this before, and if we talked about it, but I forgot. $80,000 for a pickup truck for the trails. What's going on with that? That really threw me.
So we use lighter, smaller pickup trucks, both on the paved trails for plowing sometimes, and really just to access on the bridle trails when we're doing things like clearance pruning, overseeding, all the work that we need to do on bridle trails. We need a small, light pickup in order to fit down those bridle trails. So that's the reasoning for that.
And I've
truck.
seen, and I don't know if it is the light pickup truck or not, are we saying? Because I've seen pickup trucks on our trails. And are those light pickup trucks that are now no longer serviceable and we're replacing them? Or are those not light pickup trucks and we shouldn't have had them on there to begin with?
They should have been on there. The one that we're replacing, I believe, is at least 10 years old and is really past the end of its life.
Okay, good. That I understand. One other comment, and this is an interesting thing, and I agree with what you've said and what everybody said. It's a kind of an odd thing, though. We've got items in our budget where we go, well, these are placeholders. And then there's a lot of budget items in our budget that are going to be spent, and council will never know. So how do you know?
Yeah, how do you know which is which?
Yeah, how do you, as council, that should be of concern to us. And I don't have an idea for this. I'm just saying it's oftentimes easier to ask questions.
It goes to
when
that
they occur.
purchasing policy that right? If it's a
Right.
budgeted expense or non-budgeted expense. So you raise a good question. City
It's just
manager,
something
care
that
to comment?
we should think about.
Well, so there's multiple questions in there if you
There
really
are.
stop and think about it. I'll just briefly touch on two, and it may not be to the full extent of what you're looking for answers, but I'll at least initially talk about it. For those projects where we are having a placeholder, we will be bringing every single one of those back to council. So I don't want council to think that just because it's a placeholder, it then disappears into the netherworld, right? Those will all absolutely be a council process. But for other projects that you've approved the budget for and that we're simply following through on the already previously approved budget item, they either still, there's still some of those items that do come back to you if the threshold is large enough, right? But if there's a medium threshold, we now have a staff authority to sign off on some of those if they're within certain numbers, ranges. But we provide, I think there's one in this month's packet, is there not? Or this week's packet? The contract review of the month showing everything that fell into that category so that council has an awareness about what was expended. Most of the other expenditures below that item are going to fall into operational day-to-day expenses Office Depot, salt for the roads.
Salaries,
I think
benefits.
the key difference is things that are council level decisions beyond what the purchasing policy says, right? There are certain decisions that the staff doesn't make on their own. And then there are ones that they do. The salaries, for example, once we approve the salaries, that's done. That doesn't come back to us. But policy decisions about whether we're going to do a sustainability study or not, that is, even if it's in the budget, that is not a decision that the staff makes.
Right. I'm just saying that, and everything you said is true, and I agree with it. What I'm saying is that it's an interesting thing that you sit back and go, okay, there might be $900,000 that can be improved for street mill overlay. And when that contract comes before us, I mean, come on, let's face it, council doesn't really look at it. I mean, they just approve it.
Well, but the point is that.
Which is $500,000 for Quincy Farms. I mean, we'll be looking at it very specifically. It's just a.
But the point is, those are actually, in theory, they're exactly the same. Your point is well taken that we're not going to say no to the mill and overlay project because we've already gotten the details and but we could.
Oh, I know.
If the time
Yeah,
came and
absolutely.
we said, we don't think we need to
I
do
agree.
that, we could. And it's the same thing with the Quincy Farm budget as well, right? When that project comes forward, we do have the opportunity at that time to say, no, we don't want to do that.
Well, and if the mill and overlay project actually, if we got bids and it came in at 1.1 million, we couldn't do that. We would have to bring that back to city council.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah.
But it comes to city council anyway.
Like I said, it's just something to keep in mind as we kind of go through these things from time.
We wouldn't put that on consent, though.
Finally, I'd like to say that Kelly, great job. I mean, and I'd just like to say as the council liaison, I've been very, very pleased with the work that our new finance director's been doing and the great work that you did on the budget this year. So thank you very much.
This staff is amazing to work with, and I so much appreciate council's feedback and all of your guidance. I really do feel like your budget document is growing with the city, and so it's also similar to AI, moving into the future and really going to be so much more useful the more we grow with it.
Thank you. Councilor Ebert? Nope. Councilor Heller?
No, I had a chance to meet with Kelly, thank you, and the chief after missing the study session. So I got all of my questions answered except one, which is going to be punted until.
Okay.
Yep, we've got another item for our long-range financial forecast at the retreat. So.
Well, thank you. And I would just like to reiterate as well, I know you're new to this position, but you wouldn't know it from the presentations and the professionalism of the budget and the preparation. So thank you so much. You're killing it.
Thank you.
All right, so I will open the public comment period. If there's anyone who is signed up who'd like to speak. And I do see that we have people in our audience. If you wanted to speak about something, there are sign-up sheets in the back. Okay, so there is no one signed up to speak on the proposed budget, so I will close the public comment period at 8:55. And I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve Council Bill 5, Series 2025, a bill for ordinance adopting a budget and levying property taxes for the city of Cherry Hills Village, Colorado for fiscal year 2026 on first reading.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Heller?
Yes.
Councilor Ebert?
Aye.
Councilor Holen?
Aye.
Councilor McGuire?
Aye.
Councilor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilor Fisher?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Next.
Do you make any discussion about the next item or no? No, okay. I move to approve Council Bill 6, Series 2025, a bill for an ordinance of the city of Cherry Hills Village, Colorado, authorizing appropriations for fiscal year 2026 on first reading.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Will the clerk please call a roll?
Councilor Heller?
Yes.
Councilor Ebert?
Aye.
Councilor Holen?
Aye.
Councilor McGuire?
Aye.
Councilor Robinson?
Yes.
Councilor Fisher?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And I will now close the public hearing on the 2026 budget at 8:56 p.m. Moving on to Resolution 31, Series 2025, approving a second amendment to the professional services agreement with Bras Group LLC for information technology support services. Director Newman.
I think it's coming. I clicked it. There it is. Yay. Perfect. And so what I'm asking council, this is actually one of those items that is in the budget for our 2026 budget, but has had a change. So we are bringing it back to council. A little bit of background, Bross Group LLC has been providing IT service support services from 2020 to 2025 for the village. And the current contract is set to expire 12/31 of this year. Due to the vacancy in the IT contract administrator, as well as the finance director for a portion of 2025, we did not have enough time to put this back out to RFP to see, what else might be available for IT services. And especially because our contract with Bross Group is working very well at the moment, we also have some big plans for 2026. We are requesting a 1-year extension of the current IT support services contract. The cost of that extension is in the current 2026 proposed budget, and that 1-year extension will allow time to run that full RFP process in 2026, as well as have any potential carryover or dual services if we transition, or will allow Bross to come back and give us even more ideas for what to do in 2027 and forward during that RFP process. I do have a slide for IT services delivery, as well as Scott and Kathleen from Bross Group, in case council has any questions on our current IT service. This just goes quickly kind of through what we've done and what some of the changes that have been implemented for our IT department from January 2020, through projected 2026. And again, why I'm asking for this 1-year extension on their contract, so that, one, I don't have to try and find another IT support service provider that maybe isn't quite as familiar with Cassell, our payroll and accounting and court software, that would also delay that upgrade that we're planning in August 2026. Any questions for me or Scott or Kathleen?
I just do want to remind council of one thing, it's more background than anything. Everything you said about this particular request is absolutely accurate. Just as a reminder to council, the reason that the contract was set to expire this year is because, per our policy, we always try and renew every contract or go out to bid for new consultants on all of our service contracts like this once every 5 years, in an effort to make sure that we are staying current with the best prices so that contracts don't get bloated. So that we make sure that we are having the opportunity for fresh, new ideas, et cetera. So that's the reason why this 1-year extension would really make it 6 years. It is not our intention to stop that policy or to change that policy. It was really more circumstantial than anything.
Councillor Fisher?
Yeah, you said to make sure that I forget what word you used, don't get bloated. I was curious, I saw in the detail that there's kind of a monthly charge, and that if we don't use it all, it rolls over to the next. How often does that happen?
Not, and Scott might have I was like, I don't see that rollover happening very often. I know last year there was actually an amendment that came to council and was approved to increase those monthly services because we were using those hours.
Okay.
Thank you for having us, and Kathleen Connor here is with us. She's founder and
Thank you for
CEO.
being here at 9:00.
It's our pleasure.
I was about to say, now this makes a lot more sense, because you'd be the only residents we've ever had show up for the budget hearing, so now it's, okay, got it.
I told him I could text him when we got close, and he said he wanted to learn about the budget. And I said, please come.
It was fine. Last time I was in front of the council, we were trending higher with support and demand, which is why it went. The overall cost, only because the volume increased. If you look at the 5-year trend, our costs actually reduced over 5 years. We structured it that way on purpose. I think we added 10 hours a month in the 2026, again, because of demand. In response to your question, we have rolled hours over in year 2 and 3. I rolled those into year 4 because we ran a little cool in year 2 and 3. In year 4, we ran really hot.
And so we did an amendment to add some hours, and then we also just absorbed some hours in interest of partnership, so yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, one question. So under the managed services, Teams, MS65, Cloud Web, are those services for all of our employees and we just do it through you?
Yes, so that's the answer, yes, they are for all your employees.
Okay, then that answers the question, because when I was looking at it, I'm like.
Get it from Microsoft. It's under the Cloud Solution Provider Program, because
Okay.
Microsoft doesn't like to work with companies directly unless they're huge. And so they're pushing their licensing to the CSP program.
Great, and so that's basically our licenses for all of our staff. Okay, that makes sense.
All right. Well, if that's it, I will entertain a motion.
Sure. I move to approve Resolution 31, Series 25, approving a second amendment to the professional services agreement with Bross Group, LLC, for information technology support services.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you for at least another year. I will now recess at 9:03 p.m., recess the City Council meeting, and call to order the meeting of the Cherry Hills Village Charlou Park 3rd Filing General Improvement District Board. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Board Member Heller.
Here.
Board Member Eber.
Here.
Board Member Holen.
Here.
Chair Brown.
Here.
Board Member McGuire.
Here.
Board Member Robinson.
Here.
Board Member Fisher.
Here.
We have the consent agenda. Nothing. New business. Public hearing for the 2026 proposed budget. I will open the hearing at 9:04 p.m. Director Newman.
It was working. Just close. All right, here we go. See, you said nice things and now I can't get it to open.
We're the IT guys.
I know. I think this is on me. I know. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know what.
While we're doing that real quickly, we did set up a policy a few years back where we provided notice to the members of these improvement districts. Was just confirming that was done. Okay, thank you.
We provided legal notice in the paper and we sent letters to all the residents.
Great, thank you.
I don't know what happened. Oh, I saw it. There it is. All right. Sorry about that. I do apologize. Somehow I'm on two screens. Okay. So, purpose tonight is to walk through the public hearing and the 2026 proposed budget for the Charlou Park 3rd Filing General Improvement District. Little bit of overview for the budget and the fund highlights. The mill levy right now is set to be certified at 10 mills, which is the same as it was in 2025. The estimated 2025 assessed values for 26 collections are estimated to remain flat, similar to the village general fund. And this is subject to final Arapahoe County assessed value. Should that happen, our total projected revenues are estimated at $37,000, and the proposed budget is estimated at $33,500, and that includes bond, interest payments, and administrative expenses, including our audit and any legal expenses. Our ending fund balance is projected at $36,000, which includes a $33,000 reserve for debt service, as well as the $1,000 required for Tabor.
Any questions? Seeing none, There's no vote. Okay, then I will open the public comment period at 9:07 PM, and I will close the public comment period at 9:07 PM. And I will move to adjourn the meeting of the Cherry Hills Village, and I will close the public hearing at 9:07 PM. And I will adjourn at 9:07 PM the meeting of the Cherry Hills Village, Charlou Park, Third Filing General Improvement District Board. And I will call to order the meeting of the Cherry Hills Village, Southmoor Circle, and Hudson Parkway General Improvement District Board. You're not the clerk of this, you're still the secretary, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, will the secretary please call the roll?
Board Member Heller.
Not the public hearing, we approve it later.
It's a resolution for the GIDs, so that happens in December.
Yeah, this is just the public hearing. So sorry, the secretary, please call the roll.
Board Member Heller.
Here.
Board Member Eber.
Here.
Board Member Holland.
Here.
Chair Brown.
Here.
Board Member McGuire.
Here.
Board Member Robinson.
Here.
Board Member Fisher.
Here.
The only thing on the agenda is the public hearing, so at 9:08 PM, I will open the public hearing for the 2026 proposed budget. Director Newman.
Yes, so similar to Charlou, we also have our Southmoor Circle and Hudson Parkway General Improvement District. Right now, similar fund highlights to Charlou in that the mill levy will be certified at 10.5 mils, which is the same as 2025. This was lowered from 12.5 mils in 2024, and again is subject to Arapahoe County assessed value. Total 2026 revenue is estimated at $16,600, again flat from 2025, and our expenditures are estimated at $19,000, so we do plan on using about $2,500 of that fund balance, which will bring the ending fund balance down to $11,200, which includes our $10,000 for debt service reserve and the $500 required by Tabor. I do want to keep an eye on this one, and we may next year need to raise that mill levy in the case of expenditures going up.
All right, thank you. Any questions? All right, well, seeing none, we will open the public comment portion of the hearing at 9:09 PM, and we will close the public comment portion of the hearing at 9:09 PM, and we will close the public hearing at 9:09 PM, and we will adjourn the meeting of the Cherry Hills Village, Southmoor Circle, and Hudson Parkway General Improvement District Board at 9:09 PM. And we will reconvene the meeting of the Cherry Hills Village City Council and move to reports. I know it's late. I just want to make two quick comments, two reports. Number one, we had the Arapahoe County Mayor's Managers Breakfast we hosted last Friday, and got an update both from CCI, Colorado Counties, which is like the CML of the counties, and Kevin Baumer from CML. And of note in their presentation on kind of legislative forecasting is that the GID bill is expected to make a reappearance this year, but it will be significantly different. It will no longer apply to churches and will only apply to educational institutions. Whereas last year, YIGB only applied to public school property, this one will not have that restriction. So I think that bill will still be of significant interest to us. And then also, there is a property, I believe the address is 4901 South Monaco, that has come before, we've talked about it in the past. It's in the city of Denver, backs up to Cherry Hills residents. A company purchased that property to, was formerly an assisted living property, and they've purchased it to turn it into a drug addiction recovery facility. That process worked its way through Denver's permitting and was permitted. But a problem with Denver's zoning has arisen that is preventing the new property owners from getting financing based on conditions in the zoning that requires the use be reapproved every 2 years. And so nobody will lend to that because it has to be reapproved every 2 years. So the company is requesting, is going to go down the application process for rezoning. And while I don't think that there's no new concerns around the current owner's intended use, if they do proceed with rezoning to what Denver calls SMX 5, which is mixed-use 5-story, the current owner intends to use the building as it is, but if they ever sell it or move, or at any point in the future, that SMX 5 zoning allows up to a 5-story building with mixed use, like retail on the bottom. And I think that is potentially really concerning with no buffer between that and large-scale single-family homes. So we're going to work, they have a consultant who is very amenable to working with us, but I think we're on it is the thing, but it's a concern. So that being said, we'll start down here. Dave, do you have a report?
I do just one. I'll make it brief, given the hour. I think everyone received from Arapahoe County and Centennial Airport the draft noise exposure map and upcoming meeting on open house. It'll be the 20th, which is this Thursday, I think, from 5 to 6:30 or so, 4 to 6:30. And comments, if any, are due by the end of this month, the 30th, I believe. So if you have any, I'm happy to take them and include them or not. So
Okay.
just wanted to report on it. This is done periodically, and it is an opportunity to take a look at the noise maps for the surrounding area with comments.
And it's specific, right, to Centennial Airport, so.
It is. It's not including DIA.
Right. Councilor Eber.
Just real quick, we, at our last meeting, I mentioned that I was going to attend the CML Good Governance class or seminar, and I did so and found it to be incredibly valuable. The discussions, again, no matter how many times I hear about the open meetings, open records, provisions, and discussions about them, there's always new and different things to think about. There was a very interesting discussion about executive session, which I won't go into tonight, but maybe I'll share by writing kind of a little blurb and circulate through the city manager about kind of what the takeaways were and whether or not we need to tweak a couple things in how we do stuff. And then probably the second piece that came very valuable to me, at least, was that we had a session all about how to deal with the press, both positively and negatively, and how to shape your story getting out into the world. And I thought it was particularly important given that we're in the process of hiring a new person that will have in-part communications. And interestingly, one of the people that led that discussion was the former director of public information who was at Greenwood and now is at the City of Lone Tree. And she offered to come and talk to us at any point, whether it's to staff, council as a whole, and to provide some training to all of us and how we may get called into action on certain points at certain points of what we were doing. So it was a very good day, and I encourage people to take advantage of all the CML things that are out there.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Holland.
No report.
Councilor McGuire.
I received a letter last week that I think maybe everybody was copied on, a woman in my district or maybe your district, but whose child was injured by an off-leash dog. And Katie, Mayor Brown, I thought your letter that you sent to her was great, but I'm wondering whether we can't, on our side of things, do a little more to make people aware about the leash laws. And I know we're going to put an article in the Crier. I think something that might help is to include in that article what you had in your letter about the number of warnings and tickets that have been issued to make people aware, the police force is doing something about this, but also you run the risk of getting a warning or a ticket if you're scene with your dog off leash. It is something that we're looking at. I also, and I can't remember whether Chief Lyons told me this or if you did, that the officer goes once a week to Woody Hollow. And I'm assuming the two biggest areas where there's an issue is Woody Hollow and Three Pond Park.
Or Kent, actually.
What's that?
Kent.
And Kent, okay. Well, but that's private property.
It is. It
So not our issue as much, although, in any event, and I'm assuming the days when it's the biggest issue are going to be Saturdays and Sundays, but maybe not. I don't know. Do we have a sense of that?
Do we have a sense of when there's the most off-leash dogs, or when we go out to check on them?
When they're the most off-leash dogs.
I don't know. I mean, I can
When the
guess
parks are used the
anecdotally
most, maybe.
on when I walk around parks in general, but the specifics of Woody Hollow, I assume it's going to be after work and on the weekends is most
Yeah.
of the time.
I'm just wondering
Maybe I
if
can
we-
comment because I walk my dog there every day.
On a leash, I'm assuming, right?
On a leash. Always on a leash. Maybe 95% of the time on a leash.
And do you see many off-leash dogs? I'm just curious.
No, I do not. I do not see it as a significant issue. But obviously, if this woman had her child bitten, so that.
And I think, and then maybe not bitten another time, but a dog got aggressive
Got
towards
aggressive,
her.
right. So occasionally, and I would say that it's, as you'd expect, early mornings and evenings, and then the weekends a little bit more. But I rarely see off-leash dogs, mostly
Oh,
leash.
see, I see them a lot and I hear about it a lot.
I'm just
And I actually confronted, and by the way, I don't know if people do that. I mean, I do it. And I confronted somebody Friday and it went okay, but it wasn't great. I mean, but they were kind of cranky. But I mean, off-leash dogs are off-leash dogs. We're not supposed to be doing it in Cherry Hills. And if you see it, and you see it a lot, actually.
Well, I think, I know there might be a featured article in the Crier, but I did in the mayor's report for December, I talk about parks and I do talk about kind of 3 commitments that we need people to honor. One is the speed limit on our trails. Number 2 is no motorized vehicles on our parks and trails. And number 3 is off-leash dogs, so.
And we're also going to be pushing it out on our social media and the Notify Me email network as well.
Yeah, so not scientific at all, but my wife and I were out, it was pretty warm the last couple weekends, to answer the question, weekends on Kent and a lot on the High Line. Didn't see a single dog on a leash, and there were a lot of them out. I mean, it's pretty,
right?
Not a single one.
Well,
And there are many out there.
It is important. I don't know if we've ever really addressed this with our code, but there are a lot of people out there now who are claiming to have their dogs on control or command that are not specifically tethered on a leash, but they are trained or whatever. And Commander, maybe you can tell us how you look at those issues, or I guess it's a code enforcement issue more than it is specifically through the police department. But there are a number of people out there who say, I'm complying. Fred is on.
The signs clearly say on a leash.
Yeah, no,
Not on a leash or under voice
exception
command.
to the leash law.
Well, they're saying that their dogs are on command control. They are controlled. And you all know I've been a victim of an off-leash dog that beat the tar out of one of our pets. So, this is not something that I take lightly.
Why do we have that?
But I do think that I'll just weigh in here and say that while I know that we received a letter of frustration, I don't take kindly to threats of litigation, including anybody and everybody. And I'll chalk that one up to frustration and emotion more than I will say I'm getting ready to sue the city, who enjoys sovereign immunity, by the way. But nonetheless, the intent of the author was to say that our animals need to be under control and not scaring and causing damage to other people. And I agree with that sentiment.
Well, I'm just wondering if it's possible to, and I don't know, is it the police who enforce this, or is it code enforcement?
Maybe a little bit of Earl.
Well, code enforcement is part of the police department, so
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Commander, you jump in.
Yeah, so typically they'll fall under the realm of code enforcement as a primary enforcer of it, but our officers are out there, you know, if they're witnessing it, they're addressing it as well during their normal patrols. But if we receive a call of a complaint about it, typically that's something that we'll send the code enforcement officers to go address.
Okay. I'm just wondering if we can have more of a presence than once a week in the parks. Or maybe, and maybe this is a great thing for this new communications person, but some kind of a more public effort to educate and enforce.
In the 2026 work plan, there's an increased emphasis on code enforcement in general, including off-leash dogs.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I was also going to just add, I think I've got February's publication, and one of the things that, just as a preview, is that I'm talking about it's the middle of the winter, and you know, as you're looking ahead, think about all these things as you're planning your activities. And city managers over there smiling because we've talked a little bit about it, but it's sort of the, hey, as you think of all your outdoor weather activities, have you thought about A, B, C, and D that kind of go to some of the code requirements? You know, are you thinking about building a fence? Maybe you want to make sure it's on your property. You know, those type of things, one of which can easily include this as we get into warmer days. Let's think about how we're treating our neighbors and our pets, and be respectful of everybody's ability to use our open spaces. So it's coming out a little sterner than I would hope for a city council type of letter. It's not one of these, you know, little old grandmother type of do this before you go outside, but it is intended to sort of, you know, commensurate with city manager's comment that we are trying to amp up some code enforcement in general. There are a whole lot of areas that we can ask for all of our residents improvement on how they are treating code matters.
Great, thank you. Councilor Robinson.
No report.
Councilor Fisher.
I have a question for the commander. Is there a lot of drag racing on Bellevue?
Not that I'm aware of. No, we don't typically receive complaints of drag racing. I mean, are there speeders periodically that we come across on Bellevue? Absolutely, they're on every streets that we patrol. But as far as receiving specific complaints of drag racers or witnessing that activity, it's not something that we deal with.
I will say that was a surprise during that thing. That I just never realized that the speed limit there was 35. That's a freaking joke.
Yeah.
Nobody goes 35 there. Nobody. I mean, it just doesn't happen.
Well, that's why the warrant was met, because
No, yeah,
85%
no, exactly.
people are going. And it dips down at that section of, there visually, I think, I mean, it is an issue. Visually, there's no cue to drivers that things have changed. you know?
Study after study shows that the number one determinant by a large factor is not posted speed limit signs. It is the design of the roadway. The wider the lanes, the more lanes there are. If it's divided, all of those make somebody feel like the road is designed to go faster, and that's what dictates speed.
I think
That was
35
our
is a
issue with
surprising,
Mansfield.
yeah.
That was our issue with
Yeah,
Mansfield.
And I think 35 is a surprising speed for Bellevue, particularly because it's only that one stretch.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there are lots of speeding problems there. City manager, oh, yeah.
I would just follow Councilor Fisher's question. Because I'm close to Hampton, I will tell you that the distance, both east and west of Colorado Boulevard between lights is, I know you guys are already on it, but I hear on Friday and Saturday nights, whatever that person had for their recording that they played for us, sometimes on Hampton, you can have that same thing. And I was wondering if we're seeing, you know, a lot of speeds on Hampton as well, because I think, you know, you all could park out there on Hampton and really do a job on both quieting and slowing. I know it doesn't necessarily correlate to accidents and risk of harm, but boy, it sure does lead to an awful lot of high-speed stuff going on in Hampton.
So I would agree with you there. I would say that from what I see and hear from the patrol officers, there's probably more of higher speeding vehicles on Hamden that we come in contact with and sight out there as opposed to on Bellevue. And as I'm sure you've seen, we are out there constantly. One of the challenges to both of those streets is we only have one side of that street. Hamden, we only have going eastbound, and Bellevue, we only have going westbound. So we can work our side. We are very limited on what we can do on the opposite side of the street. But we do partner with Greenwood in doing enforcement actions on Bellevue. Hamden, probably not so much with Denver because they don't like to play well.
All right, city manager.
Yeah, just a couple of things real quick. We did, just as a reminder, at the next council meeting on December 10th, we will kick off the meeting with a bit of a ceremony with soon-to-be emeritus Judge Jeff Wellborn. So come a little bit early. We'll have some festivities in the atrium and then proclamation in here. And then after a brief recess to allow people to leave the room, we will have an opportunity for our new presiding judge, Kevin Ellman, to come in and introduce himself to you in a public forum, have an opportunity to ask questions, have a face to the name for our public. He'll probably bring his family. So that will be a very positive opportunity as well. So just keep that in mind. If you want to think about any kind of outgoing or incoming comments for either party, you might want to do a little prep work ahead of time, just so you're ready to go. And then second, on Thursday, the mayor was talking about getting updates about the upcoming legislative session. I am participating in a Dr. Cog City Managers Forum on Thursday with the Speaker of the House. We will also be getting a preview of local government issues from the Speaker for the upcoming legislative session as well. So if there's anything interesting that comes out of that, I will be sure to let council know.
Thank you. Which way do you want to go?
This way.
No updates.
I have no report.
I know it's late, but I do want to take an opportunity to acknowledge the work that not only Jan in-house, but Schum's Coda and Icon Engineering have been doing this year. As you saw in your packet, right, the number of permits we've issued to date is the most we've issued in the last 10 years. As a side note, that's not slowing down. In November of 24, we issued 54 permits. So far in November of this year, we've issued 57 with a week and a half to go. And right, that's one half of the equation. The other equation is the new permits we get. As of November 1st or through October 31st, depending on how you looked at it, we've already received more new permits this year than we received all of last year. And again, that trend's not slowing down. November of last year, we received 75 new permits. So far in November of this year, we've received 69 new permits. So I do want to take an opportunity to acknowledge the good work that, like I said, Jan has done, and Schum's Coda in particular, and Icon Engineering in helping us process and continue to provide a high level of customer service for our residents that need those permits. So other than that, enjoy your Thanksgiving holiday, and we'll see you in December.
Yeah, there was an article in the Denver Post this morning that said 9 out of 10 homes in Colorado have seen a value decrease. 9 out of 10. Just this year. Yeah. Commander.
Just give a quick update on the ever so popular topic of the e-dirt bikes. Last time I was here, it was brought up about doing an article in the Crier, so that was put out this month, giving all the information to the residents about the legality and the illegalness of riding the dirt bikes in the city. We continue to increase our enforcement actions throughout the city whenever we find these riding around. And on a good note, we were able to have conversations with one child's parent who was on his way to school, and we have been assured compliance from that parent that it will no longer be occurring. So hopefully, slowly, one at a time, we will get through to the kids who don't know what they're doing wrong and the parents who are oblivious to what requirements are actually needed for riding these e-dirt bikes, and we'll put an end to this.
Yeah, Commander, I did have a chance to put that in our weekly report last Friday, including some pictures of the police department in action doing that for that, especially for that one repeat offender. So.
City Clerk?
Winter celebration is Friday, December 12th. Right? Yes. We're having the toy drive at the police department starting November 20th through December 15th, and we're doing a coat drive this year at City Hall, December 1st through January 30th.
Awesome. City Attorney? All right. So, yeah, I guess we need to,
The motion can be the same, except for you should just change return to adjourn at the end.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask about. I move to go into executive session pursuant to Section 24-6-4024B, Colorado Revised Statutes, for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions regarding the application of land dedication requirements of the Cherry Hills Village Municipal Code for subdivisions. I further move, what are we doing?
to adjourn.
And I move to adjourn thereafter.
I'll second that.
City Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Heller?
Yes.
Counselor Eber?
Yes.
Counselor Holland?
Yes.
Counselor McGuire?
Yes.
Counselor Robinson?
Yes.
Counselor Fisher?
Yes.
That's approved unanimously.